Right. Good afternoon, everyone. It is Monday, Cinco de Mayo, on a beautiful day in Carmel, and we're at Carmel City Hall and are calling this special meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council to order it at 4:30 p.m. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Buder?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Councilmember Jerema? Here. Mayor Byrne?
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. Welcome to all attending today in person and remotely. Thank you for investing your time and attention to help us manage our city. Today and tomorrow, we will be covering many important issues after what seems like a long break since our last public council meeting. This meeting is conducted in a hybrid format. You can view this meeting and participate with comments on Zoom or live stream, or watch this meeting later on the city's YouTube page if you don't wish to make a public comment. During special city council meetings, public comments are only held for items listed on the agenda. Today we have the consent agenda process and 2 orders of business for which public comment will be accepted after questions from the council. We'll first hear comments from those present in person, followed by Zoom participants. While stating your name is optional, it does help us accurately reflect your participation in the meeting minutes. Remote or in-person participants who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted. We're first going to move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are intended to be routine in nature and normally do not require discussion or independent action. However, to make sure that members of the council or the public thoroughly understand and are in favor of each item, anyone may ask that an item be considered individually for purposes of council and public comment. Unless an item is pulled for discussion, one motion may be used to adopt all recommended actions. For those of you who want to have a good understanding of what is going on in your city, again, I highly recommend you do a quick review of the first 3 of these items every month. I will now read a quick summary of each item. 1, March 24, 27, and 31st, 2025 special meeting minutes, and April 1st, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Number 2, March 2025 monthly reports. Number 3, March 2025 check register summary. Number 4, adopt resolution 2025-038, authorizing the city administrator to execute an agreement for contractor services with QOVO Solutions for police department access control and door upgrades with a not to exceed budget of $81,082.42. Number 5, receive the Carmel Police Department's 2024 Military Equipment Annual Report per AB 481. Number 6, Resolution 2025-039, amending the professional services agreement with Conti LLC and purchase order with Out of the Woods to increase total project cost by $36,963 from $110,543 to $147,506 to complete audio-visual upgrades to the council chambers. Do any members of the council wish to pull an item?
I'd like to pull item 2.
Item 2. Alessandra?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Does anybody from the public wish to pull an item? Okay. I'd like to pull items 4 and item 6 for some quick questions. All right. So that leaves.
I move to approve the consent agenda items number 1, 3, and 5.
All right. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Buder?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Jerema?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. So number 2 was pulled. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'd like to, Nova, if you could maybe flash the first of those slides up there.
Oh, the ones that you sent today?
Yeah. So, I guess while Nova's getting that blown up. You know, to the mayor's point, I scan through these every month like the rest of us, and you know, noticed on here this month that we were at 83% under 5 minutes on code 3 calls for the ambulance, which I believe our performance goal is 95%. And so I went through each of them. There were a few of them that were sort of explicable because the ambulance was coming from somewhere else. There were 3 here that I highlighted where I just had some questions, and I had asked the chief in advance that I was gonna. I'll fill in. You'll fill in. Yeah, great, perfect. So I was wondering if you might be able just to speak to these, Commander Traer.
Sure. Thank you, sir. All right, today I received these 3 items, and I looked through all of the CAT events, the police CAT events, the fire, and the AMR, or the ambulance CAT events. I will give you just, first of all, my experience with time delays like this. They're not perfect. These numbers don't always tell the exact story of when a code 3 unit, an emergency responding unit arrives. Officers, fire department, ambulance, they don't always tell the dispatcher when they arrive. I did see some blank spaces on some of these CAT events, which indicate maybe they may not have hit the button. And that is very common. That does happen. I am not rationalizing what I'm seeing here, but I do see some blank spaces with the county CAD events that were there. Also, some of these events I could tell that locating the actual address was an issue because of likely nighttime conditions. They were 3:50 in the morning. I could tell that the emergency responders were trying to ensure it was the right house before they bang on the door. And there aren't usually people outside as beacons of light saying, come here. You know, they're often inside waiting for us to get there. So that's complicated really in any town. One event I think is related to traffic. It's at 6 in the afternoon on a Thursday. And I think from where fire was responding, it does take a little bit of time sometimes to get to places with the narrow streets and these big rigs that they're driving. And then another one of the calls, and I'll go through them, each one of them if that's okay. The first one, let me start with the first one. I did the...
Commander Traer, I think for just for time, you know, I think there's 8. I think 5 of them I was able to discount by going through. I think these are the 3 that I was...
Those are the 3 I looked at. Okay, perfect. Yeah. The one at Monte Verde and 9th was a 5-minute, 43-second response time by fire on a Tuesday. It was an expected and attended death of someone, meaning it likely was going to happen. It was imminent. There was a do not resuscitate on the person. So fire did respond out. I know that police went out as well. It was 3:17 in the morning. Calls that start at 3 in the morning can take longer to get there just because personnel might not be in their vehicle when that call comes out, so they have to come out. I do see almost a 2-minute delay from the time the call came in and the time the units went en route, which is likely related to that, the time of day. Not unheard of for what we call a midnighter response. But the Carmel PD received the call at 3:14 in the morning, and the PD arrived at 3:16, so that's 2 minutes later. That isn't on the fire CAT event that you probably saw. So that is good to know that the PD did respond out there for that. Mm-hmm. The second one at Casanova and 13th, that's a 7-minute response time by fire on a Wednesday. It was a fire audible alarm. The fire department first received the call from the alarm company, and they gave cross streets. The cross streets didn't match with what looks like the county's cross streets for that particular business or home, excuse me. I don't know if it was a home or business, but I think it's a home. Fire got there, and before they put themselves on scene, you can tell by the CAT event that they're saying they don't hear it outside, which means they're in the area. They were in the general area, and then they finally located the right home, and that's when they put themselves on scene in the CAD system. So there's a little bit of a gray area on that second call, but it definitely was a 7-minute, technically a 7-minute response time. The third one at Guadalupe and Second was a tree branch that fell on the reporting party's roof. Engine 15 arrived, or they were assigned at 6:23. They arrived at, or they responded at 6:25, and that's a Thursday afternoon. They put themselves out at the scene at 6:31. What I'm reading from that CAT event is some of the delay in response. It wasn't a delay as much as it was a safety issue. Like I think the power lines were down, and they weren't sure what that meant quite yet. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and speak for fire a little bit, that just like the police, you do respond a little differently to make sure your rigs don't get hit, because that has happened throughout our country, where your patrol car or your fire rig gets hit by a live line, or you drive over it, and that's bad news for the first responders. So yes, all three of them are outside of that 95 percentile 5-minute response, and I definitely looked into it for you.
No, that's extremely helpful, and thank you for doing that. I think my comment is, a lot of these say the same thing. They'll say like delay due to distance,
yes.
Or sometimes they'll say like delay due to time of day. But from what your description, it didn't sound like those were actually delay due to distance. When I looked at like Guadalupe and Second, doesn't seem like that should be given the proximity to the firehouse. So if there is some way to, make it a little bit more, because we are reading these reports, and so we do try to evaluate, what's going on. So if there's some way to make it somewhat more accurate or descriptive, that could be helpful.
I'm used to, like, a policy that I'm used to before was when I was responding code 3 to a call for service, I would say where I'm responding from. And I don't know if that's in the fire protocol. I do see it in some of the CAT events, but it notifies the dispatcher, hey, I'm a little bit extended.
Well, that was actually one of my questions too, because is it delay due to distance, meaning it's farther away in town from the fire station, or is it that they're responding, that the ambulance is responding from a different location, right?
Some of them, I agree with you, some of them were both. Some of them showed that they were out of the area, but not these three. These three didn't show that. They showed, I believe, and I'm reading into this because it's not marked in the CAT event, that they're likely responding from the fire station at 3 in the morning. And I'm just reading into that, because that's usually where people would be doing report writing and cleaning up whatever they did for the beginning part of the day. But I'll talk to Chief about that, just what the protocol is, and with fire, they're here. And I don't want to speak for you, but I don't know if they put out their actual address when they are responding code 3. It would be great, because it would help us understand why things are delayed. I can tell you that I've never been in a car or responding as a first responder and delayed myself, right? Everybody gets there as fast as they can.
Sure.
It's just, sometimes we want to know why, and this anomaly is not an anomaly in first responding. Every city has people that respond outside of that time. That's why we have a goal for 5 minutes, which is it's relevant. 5 minutes is relevant for this size of a town, I think, but it is subjective. You could make it 6 minutes, I think, right? It's really up to you what that number is. If you did 6 minutes, I looked at it, it would solve quite a few of those on that list, right? But that's not what we want for our community. We want it to be as fast as we can.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commander. Thanks for asking the question.
Yeah, thanks.
I think it's important, maybe over time, that we can improve these reports so they make more sense to us and accurately represent what really happened. And especially with the address discussions, it's all part of it, right? So appreciate you bringing that up.
And I had one quick one on the forestry report that I wanted to, it's the next slide, Nova. We've spent a lot of time talking about the catch-up plan. There was a catch-up plan created for tree maintenance. And, my comment is basically, when I look at the format in the forestry report, I feel like it's sort of like unnecessarily confusing. And I feel like this could be a pretty straightforward way for us to track the data. So I sort of played around with, a first stab at a different type of format so that we could easily track it. And so I'm just kind of flashing this up on the screen here as, I think, a cleaner way to look at it. Like, what were our goals by year? What was the inventory of dead, very poor, and poor trees, last I think it was the summer of 2024 when Kelly, the chair of the Forest and Beach Commission, made that presentation to the city council. And, you know, there were a couple things that I think we could capture better. You know, poor trees, some are being slated for removal and some are being slated for pruning, whereas very poor and dead are all slated for removal, and that's not captured in the forester's report. So I think, you know, the budget on this was something on the order of like $1.2 million, and it was one of the highest priorities that folks that I talked to mentioned in the city. And so I think we could do a better job of presenting and tracking this data. And then I haven't had a chance to meet with Chip yet for our weekly meeting, and so my point here is not to blindside anyone. Actually, Nova, can you just press the minus button for a second so I can see the far right-hand side? There is one thing I wanted to point out, and it's not a huge thing, but on the original catch-up plan, it was 886 stumps that were identified. And for some reason, now on the forestry report, the baseline is listed as 664. And so I'm trying to understand that. So maybe if that's something that we could talk to Justin about, that would be helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, another good question. And I think that some on the Forest and Beach Commission share your concern about the way that the data is presented and the timeliness of it as well. So, and it's important for a lot of people in the room and in the city. Thank you very much. All right, so any other questions on number 2 by anybody? Anybody in the public have a question on number 2? Okay, so let's move on to number 4. I just have a quick question, Chip. I was a little surprised at how many doors there were. How many doors there were. I was thinking there were 2 or 3. And I'm just wondering, are all 8 of those necessary? Because this is hopefully a reasonably short-term fix, because we're moving on with the ad hoc committee, and hopefully we're going to figure out how to make this a permanent fix. Maybe you could just answer that quickly, and we could also discuss it later, but it's more money than I expected.
I think, I mean, the beauty of where we are, Mayor, is, and just a little bit of background, is that you gave me direction to make safety improvements. The council did, the Cole Council, not just you, Mayor. Yes. And so this dollar amount is outside my signing authority, so that's why it's before you. But it's my understanding, and again, the commanders, we may have to go to the commander again, but yes, sir, these are all safe. These are all doors that really need to be replaced from the safety perspective. Okay. So my answer to you, sir, would be yes, they all do need to be. Is there any chance that these doors could be reused in the permanent building? Very, very likely, sir. So, yeah. So the doors are of a size that if we widen the hallways, they're still useful? Correct, because they're standard doors. The hallways are substandard, but the doorways, I believe, are standard. So. Good answer. Thank you. Appreciate it. Number 6. I just want to, when we first approved the 110,000, this is a significant increase from that, and I'm not against it, because one of the reasons it's higher is because we have some really qualified people working on it in-house, and they're going to make sure that we have a really good solution. I just want to make sure that, obviously, I'm the only one that pulled it, so I'm assuming that all the other council people are all okay with increasing this by about 35%. I just wanted to make sure that this is the solution. I didn't see any overage, any contingency in this. So this is, the contingency's already taken with these adjustments? Yes, sir. And actually, 2 other council members had questions today that Mr. Swanson and Mr. Staker had answered, which is the additional labor is only about $2,300, $2,500, and the rest is in equipment. So it's equipment upgrades to get to where we need to be from that perspective. So yeah, we answered that question for Mr. Barrett and Mr. Booter actually earlier. Okay, good. Well, I'm excited to get it done. So so are we, sir. That's the only question I had. So we're now need to get a motion. I move to approve items 2, 4, and 6 on the consent agenda. Okay. You second? Second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremoff?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Get to move through a lot of things there. Now we're going to move on to orders of business, if I'm not correct. If I am correct there. Correct? All right. Item 7, fiscal year 2025 to 26 council discretionary grants. This is a discussion on council discretionary grant funds for fiscal year 2025 and 26. Staff will present a summary of requests received and initial recommendations. After that, we'll open it up for council questions and discussion, and then public comment before providing direction to staff on how to proceed with these grants. Before we get started, I need to mention that, as many of you know, I am the president of Carmel Cares, which is a nonprofit corporation, and I receive no compensation for that position. I have not served on the board of directors for Carmel Cares since the middle of 2024. I am requesting the city clerk to include this information in the minutes for this meeting. Upon the advice of the city attorney, I will now be able to participate on this item. All right. Staff? Nova, you can start.
Okay,
It's good to see you up there.
Mayor and Council. Yeah, so I'll go through this as quickly or slowly as you'd like, but the purpose of this item is to just briefly go over the grant process, review the grant applications received, receive the staff recommendation for funding, and then at the end, staff is requesting direction from council on the total amount of grant funding and then how to distribute the grant awards. Okay, so the council adopted a discretionary grant policy in 2017 to guide the allocation of discretionary grants. So the application period always opens in the beginning of the calendar year, which is for funds starting in the fiscal year starting in July. So all the applicants that you'll see or that are listed in the packet, they applied in February and March. And if approved, the funding comes out of the fiscal year 25-26 budget, and that's also when they have to spend it. The eligibility requirements are you must be located in Carmel or serve Carmel residents. You must be a 501c nonprofit or a Carmel school. You must provide the services you're requesting a grant for. You must not have any outstanding debt to the city and not be financially dependent on the city for the grant. So again, the grant application period ran for almost 2 months. We posted it on the website, put in the Friday letter, put in the pine cone, sent out constant contact emails, and we received a much higher number of applications than we normally do. I would say the average over the past 5 years is probably 10. And this time we received almost double that. The maximum amount of a grant you can request is $3,000, and pretty much everybody asks for that amount. So adding up the total of what is requested is $53,600. Staff reviewed all the grant applications and found them all to be eligible. In the preliminary budget for fiscal year 25-26, which you'll receive a presentation on tomorrow. There's a preliminary allocation of $36,000, and that's just based on prior years. That's similar to what we've done. But of course, it's subject to council approval. So this year, because we received such a high number of applications, we decided to kind of group them by category. So there was youth programs and education, community safety and emergency services, housing and social services, community engagement, art and cultural programs, and veteran and senior programs. So staff recommendation is that the council, allocate what is proposed, which is $36,000 for discretionary grants, but only distribute $30,000 among these 19 applicants now, so that mid-year, if we get some late requests for grant funding, there'll be a little bit of room. You'll have about $6,000 left. Of course, you can decide something different. And then the way I broke down the categories was each program gets a certain number of funding, and then it's kind of just divided among the number of applicants in that category. So we're requesting direction. Oh, this is the wrong presentation. Well, I can go over the way that it's distributed. I don't know why this slide isn't the right one. For each category. So for the youth and programs and education, we have Carmel High Sober Grad Night, Carmel High Mock Trial, Carmel High Interact Club, Carmel Little League Baseball, Carmel Youth Center, and PAC Rep School of Dramatic Arts. So those are 6 applicants in that category, and I was recommending $1,000 for each one. For community services and emergency, or community safety and emergency services, that includes CERT, Carmel Cares, and the SPCA Wildlife Rescue. That one, I was recommending $2,000 for each of those groups. For community human services, for housing and social services category, that would include community human services, which provides emergency shelter for homeless. And then the food bank for Monterey County, which provides food to residents in need, which includes residents in Carmel who may be in need. I recommended $3,000 for each of those 2 groups. For the community engagement category, the 2 groups are the Carmel Women's Club and the Carmel Residents Association. I recommended $2,000 for each of those groups. For the veterans and seniors group, that was American Legion, Carmel Patriots, $2,000 for them, and then Leadership Carmel is doing their legacy project, which is fitness equipment at the Carmel Foundation. So I was recommending $2,000 for each of those. And this is slightly out of order, but for the art and cultural programs, there were 4 in that category. So it was the Monterey Symphony, Carmel Dance Festival, Monterey Peninsula Ballet Theater, and New Cannon Theater. Since there was a lot in that category, I recommended $1,000 for each of those. And that's it. So if you have any questions about the process or the policy, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any questions from the council?
I can have one comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
We try to coordinate with the high school, to ask them to apply for grants all kind of at the same time. But each of the different programs has a different kind of an adult coordinator. So that's why they kind of trickle in. So that was why Mr. Romero had the recommendation to hold some funds in abeyance for the inevitable, which is, the off-cycle requests when one of our worthy nonprofits needs some funding. So the other thing is that Mr. Swanson and I sit on the local, our Rotary Club, and a lot of the same organizations apply for grants. So if you were to agree with Ms. Romero's recommendation, I can assure you that our Awards and Grants Committee also funds a lot of these nonprofits.
Mm-hmm. All right, good, thank you. So no one else has any questions?
Nope.
All right, anybody from the public like to have a comment? All right. Quiet group tonight. It's going to go fast. I'll bring it back for discussion.
Yeah, I have some comments. So every year we get to this event, this hearing that we have, and I always have comments and complaints and whatnot. And this year I have 3. One, just in order that they're presented in the categories. One, the first issue I have is with PAC Rep Theater. I know that the city believes that PAC Rep owes the city money for the inspection fees for the new theater. So I would ask that money not be allocated. The second is Carmel Cares. I don't think we should be giving, with respect, I don't think we should be giving money to an organization that is headed by a council member. And finally, the Carmel Residents Association. The Carmel Residents Association, I want to be clear that the Carmel Residents Association does good work, and I support the work that they do, but they also lobby the city. They come to the microphone with positions on what they think the city should do, what their members think, what their board thinks, and as a political lobbying group, I don't think the city should fund those efforts. So those are my objections. Thank you.
Do you have any comments about the distribution percentages?
You mean what I would do with that money that's taken out?
Yes.
The $5,000 that was taken out, what I would do if I was king is I would increase the amount of the remaining youth programs in education. So the $6,000, the 6 grants for $1,000, one of them is PAC Rep. Oh, sorry, my microphone was off. So of the $6,000 in youth programs in education, one of them is PAC Rep, and if we were to delete that one, there would be 5 left, and my cuts are $5,000. So I'm happy with staff's allocation methodology of distributing $30,000 with $6,000 in reserve, and I would simply increase the 5 remaining programs in youth programs in education by $1,000. Now I'm assuming Nova, that, and this is my bad for not checking on this, that each of those 5 remaining organizations and youth programs in education requested $2,000. I don't know. I'm sorry, I did not check.
Okay.
I did not check the 5 applications.
They each requested 3,000 except for the Interact Club. I think they only asked for 1,600.
Okay.
But I mean, we could just.
So I would increase Interact Club to 1,600, increase the others to 2, and save the other $400.
Right.
But that's just what I would do.
All right, thanks,
Okay.
Jeff. Hans?
So I had a couple comments. One was just, I would go to this meeting every year, and I would be sitting in the audience, and I would always be like, why are we talking about $30,000? So I sort of had that same thought here, but I do think it's a little, I get the idea of grouping them, but it creates sort of a strange dynamic where it really just depends the luck of the draw, how many come in as to how much money is going to be funded to a given grant, and like which categories you use. I don't know. I would probably just feel more comfortable just dividing it kind of evenly among the groups. And so that's my principal comment. I think, Jeff, it's good for you to raise those concerns about specific, grant applications. Just on the CRA, I appreciate your point about how it's kind of an advocacy organization. But I also feel like it's one of those, pillars of the community where they just do such great work organizing, like the candidate forum and the beach cleanup and everything that they do. And it's, I don't think it's easy for them to raise money. I think their whole budget's like $100,000, and I just think it's one of those organizations that's it's sort of a pillar of Carmel, and I think it's worth us supporting them. So.
Well, I'm quickly becoming the financial curmudgeon of the city council, and frankly, I don't think the city should be in the business of picking winners and losers in the nonprofit sector, so I'm kind of opposed to the whole thing. I know I'll never succeed there, so frankly, Jeff, all due respect, I hear you on the PAC Rep. If they owe us money, we probably shouldn't give them money. However, this is actually money. Does it go to PAC Rep or does it go to the high school?
It's a soda program.
It goes towards their summer youth program.
Okay. I think Jeff's right. On Carmel Cares and the CRA, I kind of agree with Hans on the CRA. They do a lot of things for the city and often work as an extension of the city and a lobbying group. And I think Carmel Cares is not a particularly lobbying group and does work as an extension of the city. And I think I'm okay that Dale is our mayor and also involved in Carmel Cares. So my inclination is to just say yes to this. I think the way it's spread out is fine, but I would go along with Hans's suggestion as well.
Okay. Alessandra?
I thought Nova did a great job, so thank you for the way you broke it down. I thought that made a lot of sense. I thought it was really fair. I don't think we should overthink this, especially when we've got a lot of big items coming up on the agenda. So I'm happy with the way it is. It's a nice thing that the city does for nonprofits, and I'm okay with the way it is. If we feel really strongly about the PAC rep, I can understand because it doesn't fit one of the criteria. But other than that, I think we're okay.
All right. My druthers, I think, agreeing with Hans, is I would just take it and do it equally, and I think that's what happened last year. I think last year you actually increased the amount so everybody got $2,000 or something. So, but I don't think we should do that because I tend to agree with Bob. And that's a discussion since we're redoing budgets. I don't think this year, but maybe next year we can consider that, and because we can also just encourage everybody to support these organizations. I have a little bit of question about Community Human Services and the food bank. And I work with Carmel Gives as well, and we support them a lot. So it doesn't sort of, they're great organizations, they do good work. They're sort of a different feeling than all the other ones. But if the group feels that it's a good use of our funds to support them, I would just say let's cut it evenly across all of them because I think it's easy to do and sort of fair. I'm going to open it up for the public, though. That's my comment. So that I had said that we were going to have a discussion first and then public comment, because I want to give the CRA and before we vote and what we're going to do. If you want to have a say, do you? I defer to your judgment. Okay. All right. Good. Anybody else have a comment after you heard our comments and discussions? No.
We have a hand raised on Zoom.
You do. All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Tim Toomey, go ahead.
Thanks, Nova. Mayor, City Council, this is Tim Toomey. I'm on the board of CRA. And to Jeff's comments, we are not a political organization. I mean, sometimes we might come across with too strong of an advocacy, but we're a 501c4, which is a social welfare organization. And as such, our mission is to, preserve and protect the charm and character of Carmel-by-the-Sea. So, a lot of our work, even though you do see us speaking up at city council meetings, is to work with the city, work with the residents and the businesses to provide, a nice place here in the village for all of us. So I just want to make that clear that we're not a political organization. And I don't think we would be lumped together with the Women's Club if we were. So thank you for your consideration. And excuse me, looking forward to continuing working with everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. All right, I don't know where we're at this point, but it sounds to me like there was some consensus that PAC rep or soda program should be eliminated. Do we have 3 people that want that to happen? I personally think it's fine. I see them in action all the time because I take care of Forest Theater, and it's amazing what they do, and seeing the kids singing on stage and all that. It's pretty heartwarming. But if the group thinks that we shouldn't fund them,
I'll make a motion to approve all of these in equal distribution.
all right.
Equally distribute
Take
36.
30 divided,
I'll second.
29. Sorry, 30 divided by all
I'll
of
second
them.
that. Discussion?
So council, it would be $1,579 per organization, 30,000 divided by 19.
So you want to make it $1,500 per?
No, whatever you want.
Let's make the motion $1,500 per group.
All right, I amend my
And we'll put the
motion.
rest of your budget to make you
Thank
happy.
you. I amend my motion.
Okay,
Do you amend your second?
Second.
I second that.
Okay.
Roll
More
call?
discussion?
If no discussion, roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Barron?
No.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes,
Motion carries 4-1.
thank you. I think that was the biggest debate we've ever had to have this year. Thank you, Nova, for putting that effort, and thank to all of the groups for applying. It was started off slow and ended up fast. Appreciate that. All right. We're moving on to item 8. A discussion of proposed changes to our budget policies and financial guidelines in preparation for the 2025-26 operating budget. After public comments and council discussion, we will give direction to staff. I'd like to thank our Financial Stewardship Ad Hoc Committee of Mayor Pro Tem Delves and Councilperson Booter for their dedication to this project and to staff support for and dedication to this ongoing process. While I haven't been directly involved, I have witnessed the enthusiasm from everyone on this very important activity. Time for all of us to see what you've all been up to. Jamie?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight we have want to take a few minutes to examine some of our fiscal policies in order to get their publication included in the budget book. So when the budget book goes out, approved, it has all of our policies at the back. And we've been noticing that there's some cleanup and improvements we could make. So let me get going. So the city has a number of policies that inform its fiscal actions. The presentation of those policies in the budget book can be a little bit confusing to the average reader and to accountants who love this stuff. The published limit for CIP spends is different in different parts of the book, for example, so there's inconsistencies. The goal of tonight's discussion is to see whether there's consensus with some of the cleanup that we would like to be able to do. If there is, then we can move forward with that cleanup in the budget book and then also amending the policy. So tonight there are basically 3 sections. I'm going to group it into 3 kinds of things we want to do. First, we want to clean up the policies that are there. Then we want to clarify the policies that are there. And then finally, we want to talk about providing some fiscal guidance that really is a shift from what we've been doing before. So the red line that you have in your package is actually got a bunch of green lines in there. Those are all cleanup. So what we're doing is we'd like to reorganize the book so that all of the guidelines for budgeting are in one section and all the fiscal policies are in a different section. So we've just moved a bunch of stuff between, and that's what all those green lines are in the book. There is also a desire to, hold on, let me get to it. Oh, no choice. So there also is a desire to look at the fixed asset limits. So right now we have $10,000. That means that anything you spend money on that's $10,000 or more, we potentially count that as an asset, put it on the books and track it forever. Most cities are looking at a $50,000 limit. If you spend less than $50,000, it's just an expense. They're not going to try and track that as an asset. So we want to catch that as well. So reorganize, eliminate duplicate statements, change the asset capitalization limit, and then there's also a reference in this to a document that's actually not used by the city at all, this chart. So we want to just take that reference out. So that's cleanup. Secondly, in this pile, there are 2 clarifications, and this is a big geek one, accounting one. So first, we're going to clarify the definition of what a capital improvement project is. And so that's there's been a little back and forth. It wasn't clear. We're in this policy, we're saying capital improvement project generally is something that's related to infrastructure or assets. It has a long-term existence in its nature, but it can also include some of the planning work that's done, and it also can include significant maintenance projects. So one of the things you're going to see in the budget this year is the tree work that was hidden inside operations has been moved over to be in CIP because that's the correct accounting. So what we're asking tonight is to put the words in to explain that to folks. What we'd also like to propose is that we move to kind of a more standard behavior for capital projects budgeting. So generally, you have a capital project, you approve the capital project, people get to work. What's been happening here, because of the way our policies were written, if it wasn't done by June, suddenly it stops, and then you'll have to approve it again. And that causes some uncertainty, It also causes confusion in the accounting because we can have a very large project be broken into 2 or even 3 years worth of smaller projects. And when we go to try and find out how did that project go, what did it cost, we have to go find all of those different projects and add them together. So in the policies tonight, we'd like to put some words about CIP, and we'd like to also change it so that once you've approved a capital project policy, a capital project, it stays until it's done, or until you decide you don't want to do it anymore. Now, the final section of changes, and those are pretty much the stuff that's in red. Those are things where we're looking to say, is this policy and set of policies working the way we want it to? Can it be clearer, easier, stronger, better? And this is where we had a great time bouncing ideas off the financial stewardship group and then bouncing ideas back to give us a chance to really explore these concepts. So one of the things that the policy said was that 3.5% of the total revenue in the budget should be spent on capital projects. Actually, another section said 3%. So we weren't even consistent in what our policies said. The suggestion tonight is that the guideline for budgeting be set at 10%. 10% of the revenues that come in each year should be dedicated to CIP projects. And that includes things like pathways. That also includes things like failing storm drains. So we can get into this conversation about infrastructure and the health of the city. This is saying, hey, we're going to make it a guideline here that we want to emphasize that in our operations. The other thing it does is it says we're going to look at it and say operating costs will not be more than 90% of revenue. So whatever revenue we're budgeting to come in, 90% of that we can spend on operating expenses, salaries mostly. The rest, no. Try to hold your operating costs down so they don't consume all of your annual revenue. That's what this policy is saying. Number 3, there was a guideline right now that said you must maintain 20% of your 5-year capital projects budget as a reserved fund balance. Well, the trouble is, if you're reserving the fund balance, then you don't have it available to spend on your 5-year plan. So it was kind of, we'd have to meet our policy, we'd have to set aside 20% and then go find some more money, and that's what we'd use to do it. So instead, what this is saying, we're going to go back, we're going to look at the total revenue, and we're going to say 90% is the most you can spend on operations, therefore you should have some left over for capital projects, and 10% is your goal for spending on capital projects. And get rid of this reserving of fund balance. And then finally, we need to acknowledge that rainy days happen. And we have an extremely volatile set of revenue sources, which we've seen a couple of times in recent years in memory. So it's great to say you're going to spend 100% of your revenue, no more, but you're still talking right now about the 90 and 10, spending 100% of your revenue. You need to be sure you also have some reserves. And so there's some reserve policies now that talk about a smaller percentages in different pots. The recommendation is one big pot of money, it's a reserve, and it's 50% of your expenses. So you're going to take what your expenses are in that year and try to hold in reserve 50% of that. So you could weather some pretty significant drops in revenue collections and still keep the lights on and the trees picked up out of the road by having this 50% reserve. So that's the different policy changes that are in all those pages and all those wonderful colors. So pretty much focusing on the red ones, that's the ones I just talked about. The green ones are the easy ones. The red ones are probably up for debate. What we want to do is make these clear so we can be sure that we're following them. They're kind of confusing the way they are. So we're looking for a thumbs up or a thumbs down tonight. We can get the budget book cleaned up. We're publishing it at the beginning of June, so we got a little time to chew on it, but we brought these in before, and the conversation was we'd like to see them all. So now you got them, pages of them. And then if this is okay, we'll bring back the actual formal policy as well, which has just got the same words organized a little bit different. So that's the basic presentation on the policies. Questions?
Could you go back one slide? Because I think that's the main crux of this discussion.
Yep.
And we'll open it up for questions. Thank you. You did a great job of explaining that.
Good.
It's not the simplest thing. Jeff, you're going to start again?
Did I start a lot? Yeah.
Okay.
I'll start.
All right.
In last year's budget book, and I'm sitting here while I'm looking at the last item, which is modify fund balance 1 guideline, and I'm looking for the fund balance chart in the budget book, and I don't see it.
It's not in there.
In the current budget book or last year's?
I don't think it was in there.
So
I'm looking in the current one.
They don't usually put the policies or the fund balance calculation in the first draft of the budget.
Okay,
because
so I
it's
was
still
looking
changing.
at it to ask, so my question may be, since I can't find last year's budget, my question may be a little bit rough. Usually we carry over fund balance, usually in the fund balance chart, we carry over reserves in more than one category, right? Don't we keep the hostelry reserve separate from the general fund balance reserve? And admittedly, I'm not quite sure why we do that, but that seems to be what we do. And I remember back during COVID, we used both reserves. We used at least the hostelry reserve. I think we used both of them. So is the proposal now that we're just going to do away with one of those reserve fund balance? Is there a proposal that we're going to do away with? We're going to somehow consolidate those 2 balance accounts into one. Is this
Reserve for uncertainty, I think it's, I don't know that we actually have a total. I'd say reserve for uncertainty. So the answer is yes and no.
Do you, hold on one sec. Am I imagining things? I don't think I'm imagining things. There have been 2 reserve accounts in the past.
Yeah. So there's a hostel reserve. You know, we've treated the TOT, our transit occupancy tax, almost like an enterprise fund. And so there was a policy that required that we held a certain balance in that. It's not an enterprise fund. It just flows into the general fund. So why it was set up that way so long ago, I don't have a basis for. But the scenario that we're working with Mr. Booter and Mr. Delves is to collapse all these little disparate reserve funds and then to increase our reserve for economic uncertainty, the rainy day fund, as Mr. Booter calls it, to 50%. And that's an aspirational goal, but I think you can tell us, Jamie, that we basically get there in the proposed budget for next fiscal year. And then that's our goal. Did I answer your question, sir?
Maybe. I mean, I think maybe this is a discussion for tomorrow, but I think it was more of a, I'm wondering why we were doing that and what's going to change, like what's going to change between last year and this year. Like why were the accounts separate?
Yeah, hopefully we won't have those kinds of questions, because remember in the past I would use this mythical term fund balance, right? And I would try to liken it to our savings. 6
years.
All right, 9 years of me talking about fund balance. You're right, but again, it's been a really healthy discussion. And as I'll pair it with Mr. Delves says, it's not like we were doing it incorrectly. This is just a way of looking at it differently. Certainly the 90-10 solution, but also the way that we book our funds. So again, instead of having a couple of different pots of reserves and this mythical, not mythical, it was real fund balance, we're going to have a reserve fund for economic unknowns that will be 50% of the general fund. So that's our new goal. How am I doing, Mr. Delves, Mr. Booter? Am I confusing matters?
I would say go back to the slide you just had. Jeff, great questions. And because this all comes down to fund balance and understanding it. And I talked with you about that on the weekend. But I think if you look at these numbers in the general fund column, what's important to note is that this has the 3.124 for pension. You know, that's the 115 trust that was established by a previous city council, I think wisely. And at the end of this year, that number will be 4 million, and we'll be talking tomorrow about putting another $1 million in there. So that will, at least at the end of this year, that number will be 4 on its way to 5. And then the way I look at the distillery tax reserve, it's not really. It goes into and it goes out of. It just cleans itself out. It's just the way it was established. But then the operational reserves of 4.5, you know, that's consistent with, I think, our current policy of 15%.
Correct.
And If we're proposing moving that to 50%, that would be about $16 million, Jeff. And interestingly, if in that unassigned, general fund, that's fund balance that's not in reserves, it's just there. And so, again, a decision for tomorrow, Jeff, is do you want to, we can achieve that 50% goal simply by taking that amount and pushing it up. Now, these numbers are old, so it's not exactly that. And then, Jeff, go over to the Capital Projects Fund and the 11,096 there. So it's the third column over, and it's that number at the bottom. That's the one where we're proposing eliminating a reserve policy that says 20%, we reserve 20% of the 5-year CIP. That was probably established.
We've never.
No, you've never done it. But that was probably established 40 years ago when we were spending $500,000 a year on capital. So, you were reserving, and therefore the 5-year plan might have been $2.5 million. All you were doing was reserving 20% of that, or about $5 million. Lately, our 5-year CIPs have totaled $60, $70 million. And I've described those as fantasy before, but they kind of were. They were just placeholders for things we didn't really know. And so we need to work on the 5-year CIP. That's another thing. But basically, you've got $11 million here in reserves that we shouldn't have in reserves because it's counterintuitive. You're saving money so you can't spend money.
Yeah.
Does that get any closer for you, Jeff?
Yeah, thank you for all that, and of course thank you for the work that both of you and staff have done. I have some comments, but I'll save my comments for after question period.
Hans, did I get that right?
Yeah, could you go back to the last slide for a second, Jamie? I think like at the highest level of abstraction, now that I'm looking at this slide up here, the slide that everyone in the room is looking at, it's not the cleanest thing to see, but if you looked there, you would see there's basically 3 buckets of money, okay? There is basically an operating expense reserve that has $4.5 million in it. There's a capital projects reserve that has $11.1 million in it. We're proposing consolidating those 2 reserves into a single rainy day fund that's sized to be 50% of projected revenue for the coming year, just to simplify everything. And the projected revenue is $34 million, to Bob's point, $16 million is half of that. We're basically there, which is fantastic. And that was sized based off the experience in 2008, scaled to today's dollars. So that's fantastic. And then that still leaves us, and this is a critical point, $11.9 million of unassigned fund balance, which is just money that is it's not a reserve, it's just money that we can use, for example, if we want to use it on dealing with some of our deferred maintenance and capital improvements. So, I think thinking about those 3 buckets is the easiest way to conceptualize some of what's happening here.
Thank you. That was better done.
And that's the before and after if you applied those funds, policies, both of those.
Alessandra? Yeah, my question was going to be, have you what if this? And you have. And it's actually pretty amazing how it worked out. But I guess you sort of backed into it too. So that's good. So Chip, I'd like to hear from you because this is changing your world. What do you think?
I'm really enthused about it. I think, again, even when I tell this story a decade ago when I got back here, we had all kinds of bizarre reserve funds, the rainy day fund for revenue shortfalls and the rainy day fund for expenditure overtures, and it was just, so we collapsed some of those, and this is just one additional step further into simplifying the budget, but also getting, it's much more tangible. to understand the budget book and the way we budget and our reserves. But the best part of it is the 90-10 solution, which is going to be this forcing factor, because instead of dealing with operations first and having a remainder balance that we apply to capital, we're going to deal with capital first and try to figure out how to shoehorn in some cases in the out years, how we're going to get to 90% of revenues for our operations, for OpEx. So, one of the things that we've talked about is on the Financial Stewardship Working Group is it's not just staff's problem, it's we have to share the pain. So tomorrow night, and you saw this in the budget transmittal, is there'll be a list of choices. What do we want to do and what do we not want to do? But shaving expenses, looking at opportunities for revenue enhancement, and kind of a variety pack of that nature, Mr. Mayor. So I'm very supportive. I really like where we're going with this. It's been, Jamie's new, Mr. Booter and Mr. Delves are new, so it's really been a wonderful, fresh look at budgeting. I'm really excited, quite frankly.
I like the tone in your voice, Chip. And I'm sure if our new Public Works Director is listening, he's going to be pretty happy with this. All right, I'm going to open it up for public comment, and then we'll have final discussions. Anybody have anything to say? All right, Maria.
Hello, Maria Roos. Couple questions. The first one was regarding the balance fund. I guess now that you've explained it, thank you. However, I still question, how do you determine the 50% amount? Was that you backing in because you had that enough? That's what you had in capital reserves plus capital projects, that's what added up to more or less a 50%? Or how did you determine that 50%? Because that's not the standard for fund reserves to be managed in financial numbers. So if you can explain that to me, that'll be great. I have a second question. Should I ask it as well?
Maria, what do you think the standard is?
In my opinion, depending on what you're thinking, it's more like 30 to 35% of the balance fund, but not 50%. Now, granted, like you explained, like City Council Delves explained, it is interesting because we've had trends in which we have a huge fund balance, and then we are in the way of looking at the use of that money has been very different than the traditional way. So that's what my thought was, more like 30 to 35% or 38% is what I've seen, but maybe you ought to educate me.
All right,
to figure out.
Go ahead and give us your second question.
My second question, which is more about the financial policies, the way you arrangement, fantastic, clear, easy to read, everything. However, one question. There was something about the financial policies. There are 5 financial policies: capital project policy, operating management, fund balance policy, debt policies, and investment policies. There's nothing on debt policies. There's nothing on investment policies. There's number 4 and number 5 of the policies. They were in the old policy, but they were all totally gone. I'm sorry, but we do need to have debt and investment policies. Those are very, very critical. And they were in the old policy. So I don't know where they went. So that's my question to you. Okay?
Glad you're paying attention.
Yes. So can you answer the question, or you will discuss that later?
If that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
We'll have them answer the question, or Jamie. Who would like to handle her question?
Well, I think Hans and I both can go on the 50% and how it's determined. It's somewhat arbitrary, but it was also based on some research. So we asked Jamie, Hans really asked Jamie to go look at the recession and to say, what did it cost us in revenue to have that level of downturn in the economy? And the answer was about 50%.
About 50%.
Yeah, and so that's one piece of evidence. And I also hear you on the 30 to 35%. I've been involved in other governments, and I've seen that. Yeah. Other governments I've been involved with don't have CalPERS and the unfunded liability and some of the stresses that can put on us. So there's an argument there, in addition to the perhaps $5 million that will be in a 115 trust specifically to address disruptions or even the expected increases in those costs. You've heard me say it before. If CalPERS is currently realizing a 7.8% return on their investment, if they go to 6.8%, am I right on that? If they go to 6.8% on their return, our unfunded liability goes up 50% from 27 million to 43 million. So I just think we need to be pretty careful and prudent, and those are things we didn't cause, right? That just kind of come at us. Okay. But those are just my beliefs. I think this council should have a robust discussion on what the right level is.
Okay.
And debt and investment policies, I think that's a good point.
They're pretty solid. We're not changing them at this time. So we're only bringing in the changes we want to make and leaving the other stuff alone without changing it.
Okay, so you leave them as they are.
We didn't talk about them.
Okay.
We will still have them.
They'll be in the final document.
Did I get that right?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, again, Maria, we thank you for paying attention. It's nice having people like you in the audience.
Jamie, did you want to just quickly speak to the 2008 sizing? You know, we basically were thinking about how to size this rainy day fund, and we thought that, you know, obviously the heaviest rain was in 2008, and it was, you know, long in duration, and so we asked her to go back and look at the impact on revenue, and I think you could take
and so got a slide for that. So because we do unfortunately have an example of what we might experience, and what was really interesting about it is, in that recession that we saw that started around 2007, 2008, we saw not one but multiple years of decreasing revenues. So 50% is half or 6 months worth of spending, right? But really, when you're seeing multiple years worth of continuing to decrease revenues, that hit can be very large. So we quantified it, and then we inflation adjusted it back up to where we are today. And that's what we saw. And you can't quite see the colors here, but basically red is us going down, and the brown you can't see is us still not coming up, and then green is us still growing out of it. And so the interesting thing is that when we look at our Bradley Burns sales tax, we still have not recovered to the level of sales tax we would have had just applying a CPI to the starting year of 2007. So these economic downturns can have very large consequences, and the 15 was us quantifying to get to that. And then we also did look at other cities. And so one of the things we looked at is Solvang is a city that's highly dependent on tourism, doesn't have a lot of manufacturing, just like us, and they're at 50% now. So that was another guiding principle behind the two.
The one other comment I'd have on reserves is, you know, what can you use them for? Because we haven't really addressed that policy, and I think at this point we've kind of said let's not over-engineer when you can use reserves, because that's why they're there. You don't know, but you know, Santa Cruz just lost a pier, right? They're going to wish they had some significant reserves for, you know, that kind of force majeure, you know, catastrophic event, and you know, we don't have a pier, but we got eight stairways. As an example, something might come along and we decide that's going to cost $3-4 million. We need to do it.
Anybody else from the public have a comment or question? Wow, it is a quiet group. All right, let's bring it back for final discussion. Jeff, you want to start again?
Sure. Thank you again for all your work. I'm generally in agreement with everything presented here. I have some qualms so I thank you for the conversation about going back to 2008, because I had the same question as Maria did about where the 50% number came from. And I'm having a little bit of heartburn over it. I think that, you know, 15% is obviously too low, and I'm glad that we've elevated it past that. But you know, these questions, which are basically the same as every household faces, you know, how much money to save versus how much money to spend on, you know, fixing up your house, let's say, you know, it's an important question, and for me, you know, specifying the 50% means, you know, 50% as opposed to 40%, for example, means that there's $3 million that's not going to make the city better. And I get the insurance aspect of it and all that. I would point out that, to the point that Bob made about, the point that you made about, the pension obligations. We do have the pension trust, so that is in effect more reserves, right? And admittedly, that is, those are defined. And admittedly, if the house collapses, everything may collapse. That's surely true, and maybe we'll need that money as well. But I would like it. I will vote for this, but I would like it if the 50% number was a little bit lower, and gave the council a little bit more flexibility to fix things that are to spend that money on capital projects and to fix things now rather than waiting and to fix things that are problematic now.
Alessandra?
I just wanted to thank the group, Hans and Bob, for the work that you've done, because we haven't had people like you on council to really do that kind of deep dive and to have that understanding about finances to be able to do this. And Jamie, also for your work. I'm very pleased with it. I support all of it. I like the 90-10 CIP idea and the 50% reserve fund balance, and especially being a tourist town, counting on hotels and people spending money. I think it would be prudent to have that high number. It makes a lot of sense, especially what we heard about with previous recessions and even during COVID times as well. So this all makes sense. I'm very pleased with it, and thank the two of you especially for your work on this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think on the rainy day fund, I think we have two legs of the stool are pretty volatile. The property tax revenue is pretty inelastic, but the transient occupancy tax and the sales tax is very sensitive to the business cycle. And so, I think it's prudent, and, a 2008 can happen again. And what's often happened in the past is we would pause capital improvement projects. We would basically say, we're not going to spend any money on CapEx in that type of scenario. And that would probably happen again, I guess, but it would be nice to be able to continue to, to spend money on CapEx by saying, hey, we actually have this reserve for this reason, so you don't get behind, in the way that we have. And, I think in general, I think some other just kind of like high level comments are, and I guess this will come out more tomorrow, but we're proposing to change here the way that we think about budgeting. So in the past, I think the budgeting assumptions have been, maybe like excessively conservative. And so revenue, we would constantly be coming out where we undershot revenue. So we would say, okay, we're projecting $6.8 million of TOT, and it comes in at 8.5, right? And that would sort of consistently happen. And so we're tightening that up. And then similarly on the operating expense side, there were a few areas. One was salaries. So typically salaries would be budgeted at the top step for a given employee, even though that's not the salary step that they were at. And so the upshot would be, we would be overly conservative on the expense assumptions. And then we would have savings at the end of the year. So we'd have savings in operating expenses from excessive conservatism. We would have excess revenue from excessive conservatism. And when you actually would go back and look at the actuals at the end of the year, they didn't bear a lot of resemblance to the budget. And that brings me back, I guess, to this 10% number. Just to unpack it a little bit, last year, I think it was about $31 million of projected revenue in the budget, and projection of $31 million of operating expenses. So basically we were saying, we are going to take 100% of our revenue and spend it on operating expenses, which obviously leaves nothing for capital projects, right? Now, in actuality, because of everything I was just talking about, it came out a little bit differently. So generally speaking, we were spending, like, over the past 3 years, it's actually in the packet for tomorrow, it's like 90 to 96% of revenue on operating expenses. But if you think about a budget that's $34 million of revenue, 10% of that's $3.4 million a year. We probably still need to spend more than that given our deferred maintenance needs. Like we're probably in the $5, $6, maybe even $7 million a year range. And so what this policy change does is it just provides a guideline. It provides a starting point where the staff is going to target, we can't have operating expenses exceed 90% of revenue. We know we're probably going to have to even cut back even further than that so that we can actually fund capital improvement projects out of recurring revenue, right? Because that's just what has to happen. Those are the physics of it. So, I think that 90-10 split's an important one as well.
I have a question for you two, or Jamie. So you have this 50%, which it turns out is right about where we're at, correct? So it's not really a huge change for us right now. What happens when that event happens? How do we get access to those funds? To Jeff's point, like if we lower it to 30%, then we can spend it now. But let's just say we have it and something bad happens, or we decide that we want to do, let's just say our underground drainage systems fail in a catastrophe and we have sinkholes. Can we reach into that? And is it just require a vote?
The 5 people sitting up here just decide that they're going to tap into it.
Okay.
Yep. And the rainy day is designed to be both for the business cycle, like a recession, or for the force majeure scenario that Bob outlined, because it's supposed to be combining an OPEX reserve and a CAPEX reserve. So it could be you have some catastrophic situation with, something at the beach, for example. Yeah. It's like now we need to build a $3 million seawall or something, right? So all of those things would.
So it applies some level of discipline to us to build it up, but it doesn't handcuff us in terms of flexibility to actually do something with it.
Right.
All right, so there's no harm in having it. Okay, good. Great work, great work.
And that's, Mayor, that's often what you see with cities that have a large percentage in reserve. They use it more liberally. Again, it doesn't have to be a pandemic or a 9 earthquake or something. They use that. And again, that's not what we're suggesting here, but with the higher percentage being part of reserve, I think what we're thinking is that there might be some additional flexibility beyond, again, a catastrophic event, but we'll see what happens when that occurs.
Very good. I'm going to open it up to the public again because I think you understand things a little better now. Do any of you want to say anything in support or against some of the policies that we're talking about here? Everybody's happy? You must like that we're moving in the right direction. Oh, Karen's going to say something. Finally.
We don't know whether we're happy yet. Karen Ferlito. One thing I do remember, and I was not on the council when the pandemic hit, but when they stopped all the capital projects at that time, it really has been digging out of that hole for a long time. And we did have reserve funds that could have been used. Some cities chose to go on with their capital projects. They might have had different revenues. But there, I think what Councilmember Barron said is true. It's, with $3.5 or $4 million, we won't have to make the city better. And over catastrophizing is probably very prudent, but it's also costly because, as we found out, deferred maintenance costs way, way more. So I hate to see any of the projects that have to be done or have been waiting to be done not completed because we're putting so much money off to the side.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So one last question for you. We set it at 50% this year. Is that the intent? Is this to try it out to see how it feels, or is that's where we're going to stay? Are we going to have this discussion next year? Or is it just it's over?
It's an annual discussion. I mean,
okay.
but We can go to 50% because we can. And here's what's going to happen, right? Right now, we've got maybe $8 million in the bank in unrestricted fund balance that we can spend on things. And it's there because we've underspent in prior years, but it's also there because of the way Chip did budgets. And that was his whole, that's how he did it. It built fund balance. So we're fortunate that we have that. And so this next year, we will have, again, we will spend more than we have coming in revenue, and we're going to take down that fund balance significantly next year. My guess is we'll do it one more year after that, and then that bank account's going to be at zero. But because we've gone to this 90-10 thing where we're saying, no, we have to take 10% out of, off the top of revenue, that means we're replenishing that capital bank account so that 2 years from now we've got money in it. Will it be enough? Maybe. If it's not enough, then you have a discussion about, you know what, let's take our reserve to 40% and free up $3 million. I think those are discussions you can have. My advice to you is to be disciplined, but elections have consequences, and you'll have different faces up here at different times. So.
Okay, very good. All right, what I'm hearing is that I think we have a pretty strong consensus that we like what's being proposed. I think we're not voting, we're just giving direction to staff. So I think you have direction.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, very good. Excellent discussion. Thank you, everybody.
We're not voting to change the policy?
I think we should, right?
It said direction to staff. It didn't say a vote. But if you want to vote, we'll do a vote.
Like you've written out a formal policy here on page 215 of
Yes,
the...
I'm just asking, do you want to vote?
So Mayor, if I could, I think
Yes.
what we're really asking for tonight is sort of the thumbs up, thumbs down, red light, green light on these changes. There is a formal policy. It has a number 94-10 or something like that I don't believe we brought back red lines. So
Well,
we would need to come back to
Why don't we
you.
just take a vote so that you have a strong
we need to know
consensus,
from
yeah.
you so we can add it to the budget book, and then
Okay.
when we come back with the budget,
Okay.
we'll also bring the policy itself redlined for formal adoption.
And then you'll hope that we vote to adopt
sir.
the policy
Okay
at the
if
same
we vote?
meeting that we adopt the budget.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
You
Well,
wanna
we
vote
still
just
want
to
your
make
vote
sure?
tonight to know that we were correct on the policy changes.
Okay, I think we're good. If Chip says we're good, we're good. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on. Item 9, I know a lot of you are here for this, and the room's hopefully going to empty out shortly. This will include a brief overview on the process and costs involved in holding a special election in November and the effect of such a vote. This will not be a discussion on the address issue itself, so comments will be contained to holding the election. We will also use this opportunity for Mayor Pro Tem Delves as the head of the address work group to bring everyone up to speed on the membership of that group, their work to date, and their planned schedule. So I'm going to turn it over to Emily, and then I believe she's going to turn it over to Bob after she's through.
That's right. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Emily Garay. I'm the Administrative Analyst for the Administration Department. So for today's presentation, the first part of it will include an update from Mayor Pro Tem Delves on the street addresses work group. And in addition to that, the second half of the presentation will be an overview of the costs and timeline requirements of a 2025 special election and ballot measure for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea about street addresses. So to begin, Mayor Pro Tem Delves will give an update on the street addresses work group.
Will you do slide? Oh, they're there. So again, what happened prior to our April meeting, when we had an update on addresses, we took no action because it was the first time this city council had even sat on that topic. I mentioned that a group of citizens had approached me and calling themselves a group of volunteer citizens that wanted to provide assistance on the topic and assistance to staff. There is a self-forming group of citizens volunteering to help staff write the book on addresses. So it's Nancy Toomey, Kevin, Paula, and I don't think I'm the leader of the group. I'm part of it. And Emily is our full-time, our dedicated staff person. She's not full-time on this. And others as appropriate. Anna sat in on our last couple meetings. We'll probably have some public works folks in the future, et cetera. So writing the book on addresses, I've had some feedback that this analogy of a book is a little hokey, but we're going with it. But the point is that what this group wants to do is essentially assemble all the facts, all the data on the topic that we can. And the end goal is that anyone trying to make a decision on yes or no on an address knows what they're making a decision on. It will enable a fully informed decision, whether that's a decision of the city council or individuals in public. So a lot of this book has already been written, and due to work provided by the previous ad hoc committee. The goals and the history, I think the post office and the home delivery, I say those are 90% complete because they're largely written. We're really just reassembling those pieces. The emergency dispatch and response time, that's working with the chiefs and really understanding exactly what our response times are. We had some helpful information from both of them a month ago, which I won't go into, just it was helpful. The next piece is service provider inputs and findings. We really haven't gotten very far on this, but this is all of our utility companies and all of the people that deal with us and provide goods and services to us at our homes. They've all, over the last century, figured out some way to deal with our lack of physical addresses. And no two of them have solved it the same way. So Comcast has an answer, Green Waste has an answer, they all have their own answer. And one of the things I've learned in my history of managing change is if you want, it's easy to turn on a new system, it's really hard to turn off the old one. And we've got a system here that's in place and we need to understand it so that we can understand if you want to make a change, what really is the cost of making a change. Community input so far, Paul is working on that, and that's just really going back and kind of assembling all of the written comments that have been provided on this. We're not going to go back 10 years, but go back at least a year, and just get it organized. And it's just part of the book that is helpful. Address requirements, Emily has made great success on this. This importantly includes, it's maybe worth its own chapter, is really the work Brian has done on the legal analysis of addresses and what state law is and what other codes are. So that's in there as part of address requirements. The next bit is very interesting in that this is something that Kevin Roos volunteered to do and has really just created his own skunk works and gone to town and created something. The first question he asked himself and he's since pulled the rest of us into the discussion, is what are some possible schematics, options of what an address might look like? Here, because you've got, I won't go into all the options here, that's not really why we're here, but as an example, you could just use the county address scheme that stops when the city starts and ends when the city ends, or picks up again when the city ends. That's an option. Or you can say that the north end of town is 0 and addresses go up, going south, and say that the ocean is 0 and addresses go up going east. That's another way to look at it. Another one would say Ocean and Junipero is 0 and everything goes off of that. So there's 5 or 6 more. So he assembled all those, developed some criteria to measure them against, and then selected 1 or 2 to actually do a prototype. And the prototype is, I think, hugely important. My experience in software is when I was pitching an idea to an investor, and if it was just an idea, I was rarely successful because you're pushing a string. But when you pitch a prototype, when you make it actually real for that customer, for that investor, suddenly they like it. They start to see it. They start to understand it. They start to pull the string. And it's just a way of helping the community understand that, okay, if we're going forward with addresses, what's it look like? What's it look like for me? What do I feel about that? You know, let you live in it a little bit. Kevin's made great progress on those. The change management plan, this is the heavy lifting in front of us, because really everything up until that is definitional, really, whereas the change management plan is an action plan. And we're just getting started there. And so once all that is done, this book will be two things. It'll be a history, well, it'll be many things, but it'll be a history and a summary and a collection of information. It will also be the action plan that said if you decide you want to have addresses, you've got a plan and you know what it's going to cost. So you know what financial commitment you're making by saying yes or no, honestly. And then the book tour, just continuing with the book analogy. This group, one of their biggest things in asking to come together was they didn't feel that the conversation with the public had been adequate. And that they wanted to move that conversation out of this room and into different venue with different timing and different rules. I'm not sure what that looks like yet, but that's TBD. But I think the book tour is an interesting idea. That they've written this book, and it's a matter of getting together with groups to talk it through and have a civil conversation. Yep. So timing, hoping we can get the book written by August 1st. Given the progress we've made, I think that's possible. That change management plan and really working with the utilities and the service providers, those are the biggest variables that we have at this point, and somewhat dependent on others, but I think we can get there. So start the book tour in September, and hopefully get back with an update for the City Council in October for some possible action by the City Council by the end of the year. And just to say it, what action can the City Council make at the end of the year? You can decide you want to implement addresses. You can decide you don't want to implement addresses. That's the status quo. And you can decide if a referendum still makes sense. Obviously, this schedule doesn't support a 2025 referendum. But if our 2026 referendum was something we decided we wanted to do, that's a possible decision at that point. So hopefully by the end of the year.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So going back to review the public vote options that City Attorney Pierrick went over in detail at April's meeting and explained the three types of votes that were available, which was an initiative, a referendum, and an advisory vote. And then here's a little bit more detail on each one, just to refresh everyone's mind. The discussion landed on further exploration into an advisory vote. So today's timeline and cost was based on council's discussion at a previous City Council meeting of an advisory vote. So the focus of today's presentation will be the timeline and cost of a 2025 special election. And staff believes this discussion is necessary considering timeline constraints. A resolution by City Council is required, and appropriate ballot language must be drafted for City Council's consideration and discussion. And here you can see the time constraints that staff is looking at. And if I would say the most important, or the ones to the far left, August 6th and August 7th. Here you can see it's a little bit small, but those are the deadlines to adopt a resolution. And on August 6th, that resolution must include the ballot measure language for voters. So when you think about a timeline and the time that staff has to develop this language, and of course for council's discussion and consideration, So once that would be adopted on August 7th, that resolution is sent to the Monterey County Elections Office and the Board of Supervisors and for their approval. And then the election would be held, scheduled for 88 to 103 days from August 6th. So again, these are numbers that were given to our city clerk by the Monterey County Elections Office. And after that, you can just kind of see that's where the county takes over with the regular process. They mail out ballots, election day, and the certification would be on December 4th. So again, so when there's an odd-numbered, an election in an odd-numbered year, it takes a little bit more steps, and that's what staff is trying to explain here. So for that, the city contracts with the Monterey County Elections Office. They conduct the election. And then here is an overview of estimated cost. Again, the Monterey County Elections Office gave this information to our city clerk. So this is for consideration. The city of Carmel-by-the-Sea has about 2,500 registered voters. And the county gave a range of $16 to $24 per registered voter. So simple math, staff came up with a total estimated cost of $40,000 to $60,000 for a special election in 2025, which would be this November. So we get to staff's recommendation. So staff is recommending, because of the time constraints, if council would please discuss and take action on a 2025 special election in order for staff to have enough time in city council as well to discuss and then develop the language that's necessary. And just for further explanation, so if the city council decides to hold a November 2025 special election, staff will begin immediately drafting the necessary language for a resolution to meet timeline requirements for a ballot measure in November 2025 for that special election. Any questions?
Anybody on the council have a question of either Bob or Emily at this point? Nope. All right, thank you, Emily. I'm going to open it up for public comment or questions. Again, this is just regarding the election and us making a decision on that tonight.
My name is Betty Koulis. I want to be the first tonight to thank this council for taking this initiative. It makes all of us who want house numbers feel very good that you're taking it very seriously. And I was very impressed with the work that you guys have already done. I would urge you all to not vote in favor of having a public ballot on house numbers. I do believe it's a waste of our taxpayer money. The health and safety of our village should not be treated like it's a public preference. It's a responsibility. It's not what we kind of think we should have. It's important to many of us, and I do hope that we have a house number soon.
Thank you.
Hi there, Colleen Logan. I'm in agreement with the predecessor. I don't think we should have a ballot on something that is already state code that overrides city council. Chief Tomasi told us and you the truth, and you acknowledged this the other night, April 1st meeting, that it was essentially a costly survey, and I don't think we need to spend our money on a costly survey for a state code. Anyway, Chief Tomasi told you the truth. Carmel's lack of street addresses costs precious time in emergencies. We all cherish Carmel's traditions, but public safety must come first. The California Fire Code is clear. Addresses are not optional, they're required by law. Putting this to a ballot isn't a democracy, it's a delay. We don't need a costly survey disguised as an election to tell us what we already know. Give Carmel street addresses quickly.
All right, thank you for coming out tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Council. My name is Kimberly Cole. My husband and I live at Carpenter 2 Southeast of 5th Street. We're very supportive of addresses, and I don't believe that we need a public vote to implement state law. and to do the things that we need to do as a community. You're going to be asking very shortly for all of us that live in the very high fire hazard zone to make a lot of modifications to our properties. And I'm asking you to meet us halfway. We need addresses. We need addresses so we can obtain emergency response in a timely fashion in compliance with state fire code. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, Linda.
Linda Calafiore, resident. I've spoken probably 5 times about why I think we need addresses, and I just want to remind the council that you're not here to just represent the residents, which a survey vote would require. We're talking about people who are here part-time and people who visit us who have problems just finding out where they need to go, how they need to report, and especially in an emergency. And I think you have to look at it as a community and not just as an issue for the residents, which is why I also do not think that we need to have a formal, expensive vote. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And it's not just residents, it's voters, really, the vote. So it's your term of residence, it really is about who's voting.
She was referring to citizen. I'm Donna Jett, and I don't remember how many times I've encouraged you, and we were 1 vote shy of Potter voting from this committee that had all the information. And I still don't understand why the 5 of you do not vote on it and waste and delay time. We get to the moon and you act like getting an address will take years and it's another delay. I don't care what address you give me. I don't care. It could be 8 numbers or 2. You can change the street. I don't care. I don't care. So why you keep beating that around the bush? You ought to be smart enough to pick one of the choices. I mean, please. You know, call it Mayberry Street. I don't care. But this is ridiculous. I still cannot get DirecTV at my house, though it was in the building before. My daughter couldn't get DirecTV or Affinity, even though it was in the building before. I cannot get fresh food delivered because
Donna, do you want to make a comment on
the
the address election in November?
No, I think you should decide. I think you're wasting money and time. And 3 of you have personally told me you would vote for it. No, you're wasting money and time. Delay, I love that word. You've delayed it for years, and all the people that were crazy about the idea are dead, are moved away, are moved away. Now, I mean, seriously, and most of the people who bought homes as second homes don't care. They don't get mail here. They don't get food delivered here. They don't care if they have Infinity TV.
Okay, Donna, you're getting off subject, and we need to keep this moving.
Okay, well, the subject is no on an election. You 5 should decide.
Okay, thank you.
Is my 3 minutes up, Dale?
You can keep going if you like.
No,
I think we got your opinion.
It's the same thing I've said all along. I've been here 28 years, and it's still the word workabout. That I like. If you can go to A to B, no, you can't do that if you don't have an address. You got to roam all over the map. I cannot get a health provider to come to my house. She won't meet me at the post office. They thought I was crazy. So Blue Cross wants to do that, but I can't do it. And it's all because the 5 of you should make a decision.
Sorry.
That's our entertainment for the night.
I could not resist, but simple comment. I love the fact that the council now is focused on budget. I love the fact that we're counting our numbers. We just had a big discussion. We're going to have a budget discussion. Why spend money unnecessarily in a vote? It could be this year, it could be next year. Why not move forward and give us addresses? For what? Health and safety reasons, because the fire code indicates it. Come on, you're all going to die, and we're going to be, some of us will still be alive, but like she said. But honestly, no, let's move forward. Let's give addresses to everybody and focus our efforts and our money into real important items for the city to making life livable for all of us and attractive for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. That was very clear. Anyone else? If there are any others, could you please stand up and get in line so we can keep this moving, and so I can see how many?
Susan Bier, and thank you, Bob, for the work that your committee has done, because I think the details are essential. I'm not going to reiterate my support for addresses. I'm really going to just address the process. I think the first order of business is for you all to rescind the vote from that stipulated there would be an election this fall. It would be meaningless. There are no details for people to vote yay or nay on. So that to me is the very first thing you need to do. I love Bob saying that the council can decide, which I think is a responsibility of the council to preserve the public welfare and promote community good. Delaying the decision invites the possibility of some injury or lawsuit. If you feel it's important to have an election, at least get the process going where all the details are stipulated. How will this be implemented? How would it affect businesses, residents, all of the details, so that we have something to react to, rather than just, someday we'll decide whether to have addresses and maybe then we'll work out the details. So that's basically what I want to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. I am smiling, Dale.
Yay. That's good. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the committee. I think you are doing very good work based on work that was done. And as someone else said, we were shy of one vote of moving toward implementation because we didn't really get to hear the entire report. Please don't waste any more money on an election. Make the decision that complies with state law and meets the addressing system of the United States Post Office. We can still get our bills at the United States Post Office. Don't overcomplicate the implementation. Do the work, give us an address, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, members of council. Chris Hardy on Monteverde. I don't have a problem with street numbers because Xfinity tells me my street number is 6. PG&E, of course, has a different number, and so on. I think in the packet for this meeting, I believe I read that the city attorney has not finished the legal review of this matter, and I do not understand how the city can elect to ignore what I think is a state law. So I would ask, as part of this discussion tonight, can the city mayor direct the city attorney to confirm that street numbers are in fact required by state law? Because if that is beyond a shadow of a doubt, why are we going through this whole process? We should not be spending money on elections and voting and so on. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Overett, and I am really appreciative that there's a team addressing this issue. But I see no reason at all to have an election this fall. It's a huge, huge waste of money, but I strongly support having addresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara. Good to see you. All right, I'm going to bring it back.
We have a hand raised on Zoom.
Oh, we have a hand up? Yeah. I don't see it on my screen.
Linda, go ahead.
Linda Smith here, just the lone voice. As an old Carmelite, a fourth generation Carmelite, I guess the thing that really bothers me about all of this is just sort of the lack of respect that I hear in people's opinions about Carmel's traditions. And they're very dear traditions to many people. And to be honest with you, I've had many an emergency at my little cottage on Lincoln Street and never had to wait at all. So my personal experience doesn't incorporate the kind of dire situation. And I certainly don't want people to suffer. But I think it's just sort of a cavalier attitude that we have, and that if we honor Carmel's traditions and past, perhaps we need to have an election, because there are a lot of people who are very intimidated by the sort of onslaught of folks who really want addresses, and maybe this would be a way to sort of tend to them, to give them a chance to have their say on it anonymously. Anyhow, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. I think that's all online. All right, Melanie, I'd closed it off in the chambers, but come ahead. You just got here. Go ahead. This will be the last one. Is there anybody else? I just want to make sure that we're moving ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, this will be the last one.
I thought I was going to be the only one to have a different opinion. I think the decision that you've made to have a committee to fully research and come together with a plan, a program, the book, whatever you want to call it, is an outstanding idea. We've heard from one section of the community. You have not heard from everyone in the community. And I think that something that Linda said has some real validity, and that is that some people in the community are just intimidated. They don't want to come to a council meeting and feel like, it doesn't bother me to be all by myself up here. But most people cannot handle that. I think you all know that. And these people are very passionate and they have that right. But we also need to hear from the rest of the community. And I think what Mayor Pro Tem Delves and his group are trying to do is to put something together that everyone can understand and make an informed, dispassionate decision. And that's why I think an election, not this year, because I don't think it's possible, but I think in 2026, if that's what you all come up with, that's reasonable, because there's time for reflection, there's time for understanding, and there's time for hopefully a calmer atmosphere to make this. It's been a very, very trying, say what, a year or so on this issue. And I think there are other members in the community who would really appreciate the direction that you're going, and I encourage you to continue to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate it. All right, Harvey, you're the last one.
Yes, Harvey Billig. I'm a 35-year resident of Carmel, and I'd like to say, really congratulate the study that's being done, because there's a lot of issues involved here. We don't really know what the post office is going to do, or what the post office service is going to do, whether it's going to be closed or whatever. There's a lot of evaluation needs to be done about what's going to happen with UPS and the deliveries being held, the back mail held at the post office, et cetera. So there's a lot of issues that need to be discussed. And as far as safety goes, I find it very uncomfortable that people are talking about how unsafe things are here when we have a great response time, and we've personally had to use that when we discovered a lady that was downed and in the middle of the night, and we got immediate response from a fire engine, police department, et cetera. So there's a lot of issues here. Until they're really evaluated and people have had a chance to review them and we have a better clarification, I'd certainly say for a vote. And as far as a vote goes, it doesn't cost that much more to be on the 26th year election, and that's a pretty important part. So that's been my choice, is get a further clarification and build on what's already been done, and then let all the people just decide what to do. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, good to see you, Harvey. All right, we're going to bring it back for discussion. Jeff, do you want to start it off this time? Nope. I thought I was going to get another one. Okay, Hans, your turn.
So I appreciate the work that this group has been doing. It's a group of people that I respect, people that I've worked closely with on, other topics. They're serious-minded people. It includes our longest-serving city council member in the history of Carmel as well. So, but in looking over the presentation over the weekend, I did have a couple of sort of comments and concerns. I think the analogy of a book is a good one. I want you to write a different book. And in particular, my first reaction was, I think we sort of know, and you kind of alluded to this, Bob, in your comments. I think we sort of know the content of most of these early chapters. So my concern is we're going to wait, the 3 months and kind of just get a regurgitation of what we already know. So like chapter 2, the post office and home delivery, we have like a couple years worth of staff reports and staff presentations, and I don't know, it's not clear to me we're going to learn anything new there. Emergency dispatch and response times. I sat up here and asked Chief Tomasi the question about my neighbor who fell off a ladder, and we walked through in painstaking detail, and it turns out it's just to cut to the last page, it's about a minute and a half, right? It adds about a minute and a half to our response time. Chapter 4, community input so far. I think a lot of people here have had this comment today. Like, we've been at these meetings. It is kind of like Groundhog Day. And then chapter 6, address requirements. It's listed as 90% complete, presumably because Emily's just going to copy and paste like the same thing that's been in these agenda packets for the last year, right? So it feels a little bit to me like we've been doing those first 6 chapters, for a couple years. And I think like at this point, the focus should be like on a deeper dive on those implementation options. And so to Susan's point, like, what would the new address system actually look like? To me, that's the untilled ground here. So, I have a ton of respect for Kevin. He's been doing awesome work on this. I met with him and Nancy. He's a brilliant guy, by the way, and exactly the kind of person you want thinking about these things. He's also devoted a lot of unpaid hours to this. At the same time, I don't think that we should sole source this. I do think we should have as much creativity as possible, and I think Kevin actually agrees with that. When it comes to addresses, I've always said it needs to be AMS compatible. That would solve our GPS issue. It would allow all of our addresses to populate online. Like, it would solve the problems that we have. But I've also said, like, 123 Main Street, hopefully not. And so I do believe that there's a way to create, or I hope that we can focus our attention on exploring the question of, is there a way to create an AMS compatible address while preserving some of the tradition and charm of the current system? And I do think that's a worthwhile goal. So I would rather use the next 3 months to try to answer those questions. A lot of different ways to do that. We could just have this group incorporate a few more people. We could have a citywide competition, right, where we sort of request proposals for, hey, here's some potential address systems that are AMS compatible. Staff could vet those potential address systems. Hopefully we wind up with like 3 to 4 viable options. And then as a council, we can vote for the best option. So.
Okay. Alessandra?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of things. I'm very grateful for this group and the work they're putting in, and I think the key parts of the group, obviously not the, Hans, what you just mentioned, the things that we've already had Emily present, but it's the questions that haven't been answered that we all need answers to become better informed. What do we do with the different service providers? How's it going to look like? How do we implement this thing? And what are the actual details of making it happen if this is what we decide? So I'm very supportive of the work that the group is doing, so we can all make a better, more informed decision. And I feel strongly we need to give them the time to do this right and then present it to the community. And that's a key aspect, is presenting it to the community and letting the community know. I don't think we should do the 2025 vote. I think that's expensive, and I don't think that's a good idea. After this whole process is done, if we want to explore, if we want to do a 26 vote, that's a whole option we can look into. One thing I thought of briefly, and I mentioned it to Chip this morning when I met with him, is why don't we do a postcard survey of every registered voter in Carmel? It would be much, much cheaper than having an election. And after this material comes out and everyone is more informed and more educated about everything that's involved, just so we get people's opinions. So it's not an election vote where we're going to spend $50,000 to $60,000. We're just going to do a postcard survey, which we could do, I'm thinking, for a couple thousand. We can certainly have Chip and Emily look into that. Just send out a postcard to every registered voter, and it could be the yes or no. We don't have to do the legal question as if it's a ballot measure. We can just say, do you want street addresses, yes or no? I think that would provide some closure to people, especially people who want to stick with the tradition, but will then realize, our community is not in favor of this. 75% say, we want street addresses. I think that would help people understand and accept it better, and then the people have spoken. But in the meantime, I encourage us to work on this and work through October, November, when it takes to get it done. So thank you for your work, Bob, and the citizens who are involved with it.
All right, thank you. Jeff?
Okay, so I'm a little bit, as everybody will remember, except Mary Schley, I'm a little bit, I'm the person that was not in favor of the committee last month, and I appreciate all the work that Bob has done and all the work of the committee members.
We'd like to see you. Thank you.
I appreciate the work. I appreciate the work that's been done, but I think I still feel like we are, in essence, sort of kicking the can down the road. I don't, I'm not in favor of a ballot. I am in favor of simply proceeding down the road of implementing addresses. I hear Alessandra's comments about a postcard survey, and that would be, with me, that would be completely fine. I think it solves a couple of problems with respect to sort of, I think, her points about the acceptance of this change to sort of the Carmel look and feel are valid, and I think that's a way of sort of wrapping that up. I would like to hear, a couple of council members up here have not stated what they want to do, and I would like to hear that that the two of you are dedicated to moving forward with addresses, because I think it's important. The five of us are the steering committee of this project, and I think it's important to have, to know where everybody stands with respect to the implementation of addresses. So I have a couple of comments. On the book and the timeline. I think that the timeline, I think it's nebulous, and I know that it's early in the process. I know that it is early in the process of doing all this work. But city council, I don't understand, like, for example, I don't understand how a city council update can be in October and city council action can be in November. I've never seen anything that we do turn around in 1 month. The deadline for a city council packet's 2 weeks before the meeting, and so we're gonna have like a week, we're gonna have one meeting, and then we're gonna move forward. And I think that's sort of rose-colored glasses. And so I think, if we had a city council update in October, I think that the city council would probably move in, February of next year. And I think a better way of defining sort of a project plan for this project, assuming that we are going to move forward with this project, is to pick a date, pick a milestone that signifies, something important that's the end of the project. So for example, I can go to Amazon and type in 123 Camino Real and have them accept that as an address. Like, there's something is going to happen during this project, which is going to be success. And for me, maybe it's ordering something from Amazon. For someone else, maybe it's getting a passport. For someone else, it might be dealing with Comcast and not having it take, as it did with me, 2.5 months during the pandemic to get a Comcast line put up. Like, that's my lived experience. Everybody has a different lived experience, and so I think that understanding what the milestone is will give the project something to shoot for. So if the Amazon deadline or the Comcast deadline or the DMV deadline or whatever is the February the 1st, I think that the council should pick a date and work the project plan backwards from there. So this is the date we're going to be done, and this is how we're going to get to the date. I think we need to start at the end and work our way back. I think that's important. I see this project having, I agree with, sort of what I heard of Hans's analysis. I see this project having 2 phases. The first phase, which I think Hans pointed out, is the definition. You know, Hans talked about single sourcing the address ID to Kevin. You know, I've had conversations, you know, last year with Kevin about addresses, not this year. But I know Kevin would be okay with competing ideas. You know, we believe in, you know, the competition of good ideas. And I think that we should start that now. This is what we need, and see what people come up with. And we should spend, you know, 3 or 4 months doing that and picking a system and sticking with it. I think that while that competition, or however you want to define it, happens, you know, there's an item on here, change management plan, which I will call an implementation plan, which is how do we, once we have picked a system, how do we implement the address system? Do we contact the post office? Do we have to contact Comcast? Do we have to contact Verizon or AT&T or whoever it is? I think that while we are working on the definitions for what everybody's house number is going to be, we can at the same time work on how we are going to implement the new system that we will have on the 1st of February. I think that those two efforts can be done in parallel, and should be done in parallel, so that we don't find ourselves with a system at the beginning of September and then don't know what to do with it. So I think that those two efforts should happen at the same point, at the same time, which is now. I have some comments on this project plan. I see 10 chapters here, and I think Hans did an excellent job of talking about the contents of some of the chapters, and I agree with almost all of his statements. I think one of the chapters that's missing, you know, there have been a number of people that have talked about the legal requirements, and I'm surprised that of the 10 chapters, there's a chapter on address requirements, which is the AMS requirements, but there's no one, you know, there's no chapter on what the law says we have to do. Like, I think that should be chapter 1B, right after goals and history, if we want to use this. Like, here's what the law says. You know, if we're going to talk about what people say or what service providers say, then we need to also talk about what the law says. Let's see, not willing to accept Kevin's workup and date. I also have a problem with chapter 2, which is post office home delivery. I believe that there is a significant chance that our post office will close. I don't think it has anything to do with addresses. You know, I think that there is whether we like it or not, you know, 20 years ago, there was a significant move to close post offices. We are completely in that zone, especially right now. And I think that's on everybody's side, the side of everybody's brain. But no one has said that no one has shown that adopting addresses is going to lead to mail delivery. And I think that this chapter 2, post office home delivery, should say that. I think it should be one chapter long, and it should say there's no proof that adopting addresses is going to lead to home delivery. And then finally, Linda Calafiore brought up the idea of, a different sort of requirements. I spoke about legal requirements. Linda brought up the requirement not, and what I think of is not second homeowners, but of people that come to town. Hans, if you'll let me use your story for a second. Hans moved to town, and a couple months after he moved to town, he had to call an ambulance to his house, and he didn't know what the address of his house was. And I think that that's true of all the people that we have circulating. We have lots of bike riders. Like, what happens if a bike rider gets hit at the corner of Monteverdi, halfway on the corner, halfway between 12th and 13th on Monteverdi, and has to call someone on his cell phone, or someone, his partner comes by and they don't have a cell phone. Like, how do these people describe where they are? Like, how do you do that? We had a fire downtown, that destroyed or severely damaged, I think, the new Masters Gallery, some number of years ago. And there was a significant delay because the fire was in the back of the building and couldn't be seen from the street. And so it took the firemen, an extra 5 minutes to actually find the fire because no one said, because they didn't have an address. And so I think that when we talk about who the address serves, I think it behooves us to remember that it's not just people that live here, it's people that visit here as second homeowners, and it's everybody that, that is a part of our community. And I think it's really important, in this book, where it says goals, chapter 1, where it says goals, that we describe who we are doing this for. Like, who is the target? Like, what do we hope to accomplish? But again, I'll say I really would like to hear from my fellow council members that this is the path that we are going to go down. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I would suggest that you assist in writing chapters, because you can certainly write up a lot of what you just said in as clear terms as you can and send it to Bob, and I'm sure he'd be happy to include it in the book. To answer your question, I'll tell you what I tell everyone who asks me about this, and that is when your police chief, your city attorney, and your fire chief stands up in the same public meeting and says it's a public safety issue, I have to listen. And I wouldn't have started this ad hoc committee if I wasn't serious about this. And I haven't seen the results of this. I put a lot of time in. I've had conversations with Kevin too, and I put a lot of time in this too. And I've hit my head against the wall, and that's why we need somebody smarter than me to be doing this, and we have one. But I also agree that we should have more than just Kevin, and I think Kevin would agree with that too, and would welcome any help that anybody wants. And there have been some people that wrote some letters to us that had some pretty interesting ideas about how to use an abbreviation of our current system, because I've tried to fit it in the AMS system, and I think Kevin has too, and we have worked with Emily time and time again, and we have failed. So I saw the system that somebody came up with, and I personally don't think it would work, but I think we should consider it, and it should be one of the solutions. So Bob, I'm just gonna try to shorten this a little bit. I think you got some good feedback, and I think some of the points that Hans and Jeff and others have made are good ones. I also question the book concept, but I sort of like it now. So I think that you're fully capable of taking those ideas.
Can you give me a few minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
I won't take 20 minutes. Hans and Jeff, thank you for your input. So when we went through the chapters in the book, I think all those chapters at the front were marked as pretty much 90% done. So I agree that that's already been written. I said that. And that we should be focusing essentially on what you just said, Jeff, which is the implementation plan. I mean, I thought that's what I said. And that's where the lion's share of the work is. I also did acknowledge that Brian's work and the legal background and analysis needed to be in, I think I had it in the 3rd chapter. It needs to be in there. It probably should be its own chapter. I think we said that. The lion's share of the work is about the change management plan. It's about the implementation plan. And that, you want to know where I stand. Where I stand is that I don't approve change unless I know the cost of the change. And the cost is not just dollars and cents, it's the intended consequences and the unintended consequences. The reason I'm interested in this committee is because these people recognize the same thing, that we need to ask the questions about implementation so that when it comes back to us, we know what we're getting into. So, we agree. Nancy, Kevin, yeah? Yeah, and I think they would agree with you. And to the point about sole sourcing it, no, I think this group knows that, we're 5 people in a room, and there's always danger that we start breathing our own exhaust, and that you need to see the light of day. I think the intent here is to get some work done very quickly and get it in the sunshine as quickly as possible, so that we can get a lot more reaction to it. So.
You gotta love Bob's analogies at times. He always makes me smile.
And I don't think we should have a 25 election.
Okay, all right. So unless anybody else has any other comments, I think we've got some great feedback for Bob and the group.
You need something, don't you?
And I think I'm looking for a motion regarding the 2025 election. Do we need specific wording, Brian?
If just not to have it or whether to go forward with it. Just the 2025.
Okay.
That's the item 1 in the agenda. It says council direction on whether to proceed in preparation for a ballot measure and an election, and then if so, in which year. So there's 2 pieces. Do you want an election?
Yeah, we just wanted to. Yeah,
just the one piece.
Yeah, we just wanted to focus on 2025 at this point, Councilor. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion will be, if someone will make it, that we will not have a 2025 election, which will reverse the previous resolution that the council made.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay, second? I'll second it. Roll call, please.
I'd like to speak to it.
Okay. Sorry for not asking.
I'll be voting, for the record, I'll be voting no on this motion. I think that, to me, undoing what the last council did sounds like a step back. And I appreciate the words. I appreciate the words that maybe sort of sound like we're moving forward. But this undoing what we did last year sounds like we're just wiping the slates clean. I do not see a dedication to progress here. I don't see dates on these things. I see a project plan that I, as I said before, that I do not agree with. And I wonder, I still question, the commitment or the urgency of the council to do this in an effective fashion. I also think, so I said what I said.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Could you just say what the motion is that we're voting on? Could you just say it again?
Chip, why don't you say it?
Yeah, the motion and the second is to not have an election in 2025 on the advisory vote for street addresses in the village.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barron?
No.
Councilmember Booter?
Can you say it one more time? It's to not have a 2025.
It's to not have a 2025 election regarding street
Yes.
addresses. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you, everyone, for your participation as we move forward with our address committee. Yeah, so I've been requested that we take a break now, and I was requested previously that we make that break about 20 minutes. And so we're going to do that. I'm sorry for those of you who are sticking around for the fire discussion, but we're going to be back in 20 minutes, which will be 5 minutes to 7. Come back to order. And we're on item 11, fire hazard severity zone map. Actually, we're not. We're on item 10. Sorry about that. Had too long of a break. Allocation of 14 acre feet of water. Interesting subject that we haven't had to do in a while. We'll receive a report on the recent allocation of 14 acre feet of water from the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. And following the presentation, we will take questions from the council and public, and we will be providing direction to staff on how to manage and prioritize its use. So let's hear the staff report. Marnie, good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for being here.
All right, so water allocation update. Maybe. There we go. Third time's the charm. So as you introduce this item, we are going to be talking this evening about the recent water allocation that the city received from the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. I'm going to start with a little bit of background on the city's water management plan, which was adopted by the council back in 1987. It is codified in the municipal code as chapter 17.50, and it establishes the process for distributing our limited water resources. What the ordinance does, it establishes land use categories that will receive a certain amount of water allocation. And the city council determines how much water goes into those various land uses, and the planning commission makes a recommendation to the council based on our general plan and local coastal program policies. The ordinance does say that at least 10% of the available water resources must be set aside for affordable housing. So the ordinance that the Water District recently adopted is Ordinance 197. It allocated 14 acre feet of water to Carmel. The water is estimated to be available for use at the end of this year or early 2026. Per our ordinance, the allocation is automatically placed in a category called unallocated reserves until the city council has an opportunity to assign it to one or more land use categories, and that is done by adopting a resolution. The last resolution that staff could find was adopted by the council in 2013. And this is what those balances looked like back in 2013 per that resolution. So this gives you an idea at the time what the different categories were. So you can see that very first category is that affordable housing. There was another category for single family residential, one for multifamily residential, and then we have a commercial category, a municipal category, that unallocated reserve where that current 14 acre feet is being placed, and then a couple other categories. And then on the right-hand side, you can see what those balances were in 2013. So this next table shows what those current balances look like today with that 14 acre feet placed in the unallocated reserve. So you will notice the single family, multifamily, and commercial categories have a zero balance. So there's no water available in those categories. We still have a little bit in affordable housing and a little bit in municipal. I attempted to do some research on the Mallory Pescadero water. I wasn't successful in getting too much information, other than I believe there were some parcels that were placed in a conservation easement, and there may be a little bit of water left over attached to those parcels. So in total, we have about 16.6 and some change acre feet of water now in our reserves. I didn't plan to go through all of the general plan policies that are outlined in your staff report. I just wanted to highlight this one section from the general plan, which talks about the general plan policies affirming the city's commitment to existing lots of record and to residential use, which is defined as new homes, apartments, and remodeling. Also refers to existing subdivided lots of record zoned for housing. So this is the priority of the general plan, and the individual policies called out in the staff report support that. Also, our housing element, which was adopted in April of 2024, so last year, also talks about water resources and prioritizing those for affordable housing. At the time, we had 1.6 acre feet in our reserves, and we weren't sure when additional resources were going to come online. So our policy in the housing element was simply that we would prioritize water for affordable housing if and when it should become available. So just a recap on that, our regional housing needs allocation that came down from the state through the AMBAG region is for the city of Carmel to plan for 349 new housing units by 2031. The Monterey Peninsula Water Management District had estimated in 2023 that we would need about 40 acre feet of water to meet our regional housing needs. Our current water allocation is 14 acre feet, which is approximately 121 housing units. It could be a little bit more if we use the most highest efficiency fixtures in all of our housing units. Also of note, the Water District did include in their Ordinance 197 that the water that's allocated to the city cannot be sold. So the water is not for sale. That question has come up quite a bit. And then also the properties receiving the water still must have an existing water meter. So the moratorium on setting new water meters is still in place at this time. So before the council today are just a couple options for you to consider. Again, the ordinance states that when we receive that allocation from the water district, it automatically goes into the unallocated reserves. So that's where the 14 acre feet kind of lives right now. You could choose to transfer a small portion of that into the affordable housing category just to maintain compliance with having that minimum of 10% in the affordable housing group. And we can return to the council at a later date with a resolution reflecting that. I mentioned two different ways to calculate that in the resolution. You could certainly decide which way you want to do that. Another option would be to direct staff to go have a conversation with the Planning Commission on how to allocate the 14 acre feet, and bring their recommendation back to the City Council for further discussion. You certainly don't have to decide today exactly, what categories you want to establish and how much exactly you want to put in each category. But this is an opportunity to kind of have an initial discussion, what you would like to do with that 14 acre feet, maybe how you might want to revise the categories, and give staff some direction on that. So just really quickly before I close, I wanted to talk a little bit about the post-allocation process. So according to our ordinance, our water management program ordinance, the community planning and building director is the one that will administer the water management program. Projects that come in through our front counter that result in an increase in water usage are not able to be processed by the department unless there is a balance in the appropriate land use category to serve that project. So we will turn those applications away if there's not adequate water for them. The only exception to that is for an affordable housing project. So we would receive that application, we would process it, and we would put it on a waiting list for water to become available. The Community Planning and Building Department is responsible for maintaining a record of the remaining balance of water in each land use category. And the Planning Commission is responsible for reviewing the water management plan on an annual basis. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Any council persons have a question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
On the last slide, it says exception affordable housing project. So I'm going to parrot this back to you. So if a developer came to you with an affordable housing project, downtown on a parking lot or downtown or somehow that required more water, you would accept the application. Does accepting mean giving it permission, except for permission to build, or does that mean you accept it and stick it in the file?
We would accept it for processing it.
Mm-hmm.
So we would take it through the planning process.
The whole planning process to the point of approval?
Yes, like through any kind of planning commission review if necessary. And then once approved, it would be put on a waiting list until water resources become available.
But there are no projects on that waiting list right now. So
not.
What if a project came in? What if a project came in and it was downtown? It was for like a fourplex, and it had 2 affordable units and 2 not affordable units. Would that project be processed even though there wasn't water because it's like half and half, or would that project just be stamped return to sender and sent back?
So that is a little bit of a gray area because the code doesn't talk about mixed use. Mixed income. Because it had affordable units, my interpretation would be to take it in and to process it because of the affordable component. Because that's a really important project for us. Yeah. Right.
So that project could, we could, at the end of this process, we could end up with something that fit into that category. Someone could, okay.
I would mention too that every property has a certain amount of water on it. So we would need to look at the net difference, right? So how much water do they currently have? How much do they need? So one might, theoretically, they may have enough water for their market rate units, and they may not have enough water for their affordable units. So in that case, we could certainly take it in and process it under that scenario.
So a project like there's some properties downtown that might have like 6 old units on them, and that developer could come in with a project for 6 new units and 2 affordable units, and you would process it, and they would end up in the line.
Because they have the water for the 6 units, but they don't have the water for the 2 affordable.
Mm-hmm.
So under this exception, we could still take it in and process it because it has affordable housing that it doesn't have water for.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. And Marnie, it's okay if you don't know the answer to this one, but if we allocate water to the single-family residential category, is there any way that we could prevent that water from being used for an ADU?
Prevent it?
Mm-hmm.
So the council establishes the land use categories that the water goes into. I would imagine it would be at the council's discretion to decide under that single family category how you want to use that water. So conversely, if you wanted it only to go to ADUs, you could establish that category for ADUs only.
Yeah, I guess what I was sort of driving at is I think this may be more of a comment, but there's people that want, another bathroom, for example, and oftentimes that's not really going to change the square footage of the house necessarily. But I would be cautious about opening the spigot on, ADUs, for example, because I think that could have a real impact on character. And so it sounds like you think it could be possible to somehow subdivide those if we found a way to separate that into two different categories somehow?
Yeah, so right now, the guardrails that you're working with are the ordinance mandates the priority go to affordable housing. So the council would need to decide how you define priority. The general plan requires that the water be prioritized for basically residential, AKA not visitor serving uses. So working within that, it also talks about coastal recreation, and I believe there's a mention about maybe municipal projects, if my memory serves me. So those are the identified sort of parameters that, and then the rest of it is for you to decide.
But in your mind, a deed restricted ADU would fall into the affordable bucket.
Yeah.
I guess we could write language to make that happen.
Sounds like we have fairly broad latitude, yeah.
Oh, Sandra? I don't have a question. Yeah, I don't either. All right, public comments? She's smiling again.
I'm smiling at you again, Dale. Karen Ferlito. I think it's vital that we prioritize affordable housing for this allocation. And I think what Hans might be getting at is, I would think that we would want to restrict this only if someone were willing to deed restrict their ADU and rent it, then they could get the part of this water allocation. I'm not interested in more luxury homes getting extra bathrooms and rain showers and whatever it is, and just building onto their houses by building an ADU. I think that this is a gift that we're getting, and I think that this could very much help our affordable housing, which is so important. We need to get some housing that our employees can live in, that people in our hospitality industry, and I think that needs to be the priority right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Toomey, thank you for all of what you do. And I agree completely with what Karen Ferlito just said. And I would add that I would really like the acre feet information to be translated into something that any of us mere mortals can understand. Is it water credits? Is it certain fixtures in a house? This acre feet stuff just drives me nuts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Saw your letter about that.
Maria Bruce. Couple questions. One is totally agree with the prior discussions about focusing on low and low-income housing. Therefore, my question is, I have two questions. One is, we are using the 10% allocation. We're getting 14 acre feet more. Therefore, we're adding a 10% to the low and low-income housing to that effect. Why is that 10%? Why can't we all make it a little bit larger than that? That would be my first question to all of you council members in order to increase the low-income housing needs that we have. The second piece, and call me skeptical, but the fact that everything will fall in the category of unallocated reserve. Unallocated things in many cases seem that they're to the discretion of the user. And for me is, why don't we put them in certain categories? Why don't we allocate them to the categories already pre-established, or at least some of them, in order to increase some of the needs that we need to meet in the housing element? So my recommendation to the council is, let's increase for low-income housing, which we need to correct. and improve for many reasons I've already spoken. And consider evaluating and allocated, because I think it makes more sense to allocate it with a certain thing. And last element, I'm extremely skeptical about ADUs being built with the idea of any of this water. So the fact that we can consider those ADUs with deed restrictions, therefore serving the low income, then I think there's a benefit to allocating them water if they need to. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody online?
Linda on Zoom, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead now.
Yes, I've been doing a lot of research about the fire issue. And repeatedly, I find fire experts, firefighters, fire analysts talking about the importance of keeping vegetation hydrated. And I'm wondering if there's any way that some of this water might be allocated to single-family residences to augment watering program for their trees and shrubs to keep them hydrated, especially in fire season. Seems to me like that would be a pretty good use of some of this water at any rate.
All right, we'll bring it back. Marnie, I have a question, or Hans could probably answer this too. So let's just say like the old John DeLuce retail store where they're building the units up above. Mm-hmm. Let's just say there's another example like that, but we got to them early enough where we said, if you make your units a little smaller and make one of them affordable, we can let you put another unit. In that case, or let's just say it's like that, but they don't have any water, but we want them to build that affordable unit. Is it possible for us to give water for all the units in a situation like that? Because otherwise they just can't do it. Same thing with ADUs. We're expecting people to build ADUs, and if they don't have water, they're not going to be able to build them. So how do we project HCD that we're going to have another 30 units with no water available?
Well, interesting you asked that, Mr. Mayor. We actually have a program a proposed program in the proposed housing element amendment that would do that. That would basically give somebody the water for the affordable unit.
Hans, we can't hear you.
Yeah, microphone.
We have a proposed program in the proposed housing element amendment that would do that. That would provide the water for the affordable unit, and that would provide the water for the market rate units required to make the project feasible.
So given that that proposal could turn into reality in the reasonably near future, wouldn't we need to consider that when we start allocating, or can we just leave it unallocated and adjust it as time goes on?
I guess technically it depends on how, Marnie, based on Marnie's response earlier, it sounds like it's a little bit fuzzy as to how the affordable would be interpreted here. But, potentially adding some to pending the resolution of that, potentially adding some to, for example, I think there's a multifamily category here. I think that could be important as well.
So the multifamily does seem to be a separate category from the affordable. I think one option you might have available to you is setting aside the minimum required of 10% for affordable, leaving the remainder in unallocated reserves and only allocating it if and when a project were to come forward, until such time that the proposed amendment with the proposed program gets approved.
So how would that work? The Planning Commission would approve the project and then make a request of the council to approve the water allocation?
I guess what I'm sort of thinking kind of off the cuff is that once the proposed housing element amendment with this proposed program in it gets adopted, we would return to you with a revised allocation plan that aligns with that policy.
Okay, so really tonight, the idea of just doing the 10% to say we're following the rules probably makes the most sense to you?
It's one option for the council to consider.
Would
Or you could just put all of it in the affordable housing bucket. There's nothing that precludes you from.
But if we did that, the project I just disclosed, part of it's affordable, part of it's not. Would we still be able to use that for the market rate units?
I guess it's how you define your affordable bucket.
Who defines that?
You do.
Okay. Sounds like it's premature to me.
I think this is a good conversation. You know, I talked to Brandon about it a little while before the meeting, and Brandon set me straight. I think this is a good conversation, and I think that we should talk a few more minutes about this and come up with ideas and sort of set staff, set the wheels in motion, because I think this process is going to take some number of months to sort of go through the machinations. And the way Marnie described the process is that it's administered by staff. And I kind of like that. I think that, I would hate for us to get involved in all these decisions. And I also think that the sort of certainty of someone showing up at the counter with a water allocation and a set of rules makes it a lot more likely that we will get an application that fits into whatever rules that we decide. So I think that this is a good start. I have a couple of things that I've been thinking about as we've been having this conversation. Hans talked about, so I would be interested in providing an allocation to deed-restricted ADUs, however we wanted to describe that. If someone was willing to build an ADU on their property and turn the ADU over to an affordable housing rental agency or whatever for 20 years and have that be that, whatever that limit is, I would be interested in sort of, that seems like an easy win to get an affordable unit into the R1 area. I agree, Dale, with your comments. I think your example of the Jean Deleuze type apartment is sort of right on. And I would be interested in exploring, as you were talking, Marnie, I was going back through these categories, and there's a multifamily residential category. And I think maybe, my sort of thinking would be that we would establish a new category, which would be mixed income multifamily residential. And, some new project that came in. So I'm thinking about one of the parking lots. So let's consider those parking lots that don't have any water. If a project came in on one of those parking lots, and they had, and I'm making, these are not realistic numbers, but I'm going to completely make this up. Three affordable units and three affordable units and three market rate units, I would be interested in just giving them all the water. Because we remember that not only do we get three affordable units, but we also get three more units, as long as those units are rented out. As long as the units are rented out and not sold, I think that's a good way. Hans and Dale, you brought up, affordable projects don't get built. So I think we should try to find, I think maybe we can set staff on trying to find how we can get the most out of our money. What's the sweet spot in terms of how many water credits do you get to build, is it 3 affordable units and 3 market rate units, or is it 2 affordable units and 4 market rate units? What is it that works that would make these projects pencil out downtown? So I would be willing to provide all the water to build housing on a parking lot. I think in the case of a project downtown, we have a number of properties downtown that I could see being redeveloped. And I would be interested in having staff explore how we could, if we have a 4-unit property downtown that maybe is ripe for redevelopment, I would be interested in exploring how we can increase the density on that property and get some affordable units on there too. So maybe we go from 4 market rate units, which they have, 4 market rate units, which they have the water for already, and maybe we go to 6 and 2 or maybe go to 6 market rate units and two affordable units, or 7 and 2, or 8 or 2, or 6 and 3, or whatever the number is. So those are like 3 scenarios I think that we could use to sort of increase both our supply of affordable housing and the market rate housing that comes with it, to sort of help the project pencil out.
Yeah, and I think we have programs like that already proposed, right, Hans? And so maybe I don't know if it's part of your project or part just staff figuring it out and bringing us proposals to how do we understand that to happen when these proposals come in. I mean, I like it because without it, they can't build, right? We won't get any units. So is that part of the housing element, the wording of what it's defined as if people build 1 and 3 market rate?
So Marnie and I were just talking about this, and Councilmember Booter, brought up the fact we're kind of a really important and really good point in time right now, because what's coming up very soon is we're going to be, the AHA group and the city group, we're going to be launching essentially the first draft of this amendment to the community and to the Planning Commission, and then coming to you all in May. Those programs are in there, and they do what we're talking about. Because what Marnie was saying earlier, to sort of reiterate what she said, the chart that you saw earlier that has the different programs that existed from way back when, they have different names on them. You all get to make those names up and decide what they do. So if you really like program 2.3.B, I don't know the name because they're all screwed up right now, but whatever the number is, that could be one of the lines up there, that if you're a project that qualifies under program 2.3.B of the housing element, there's 10 acre feet of water waiting for you. So we've got somewhere to go with this eventually. The feedback we're getting from Councilmember Barron is really helpful. That's kind of what we're looking for tonight as we start thinking about that and having these conversations with you about the water allocation program. How can we kind of start to shape it in a way that when we bring it back to you, it's at least close to what you're interested in? But there's going to be an opportunity for you if you just want to align all the water with specific programs in the housing element. I'm not suggesting that's what you do, but for an example, you could do that. You could just pick program numbers in the housing element and allocate water towards that. So you have a lot of reign over what those categories are, what they're called, and how much water goes to them. The only thing, Marnie, I was looking for tonight is, from a specific perspective, is do we need to get to that 10% mandate tonight in the housing, the affordable housing one, to at least cover our bases on that?
I think that seems pretty logical, but for the rest of it, I think it's a little premature for us to start picking what those buckets are, and it's also going to be somewhat up to the group. I've been part of doing the survey with you, and we sort of know what things have the highest probability of success, and it's probably good to put that water out there as a reward for jumping in, and the people that do it first are going to get the water.
Yeah,
there will be some more later, but we don't know when.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from council. I mean, previous councils have put different weights on things like commercial development and things like that. So giving us that early guidance tonight will help us start to craft that when we come back to you.
So why don't each of us give some feedback on that? I'm all for, just like Jeff commented on, I mean, I think those kinds of projects make a lot of sense for the buildings downtown, that we could encourage people to do developments that had at least one affordable and 1 or 2 other units. And there are buildings that you could do that with, and there are people considering it.
So, I think we've got a window here, because this water won't have value forever, because eventually it sounds like we'll have a lot more water, and then scarcity drives value, and we won't have scarcity. So I think we should save it all right now as a tool to encourage housing. Kind of just following on Jeff's comments, but Hans has said it before, and I agree with it. I'm more concerned about the continued hollowing out of our community and the loss of full-time residents, and that if, as we award water for housing behavior or housing development behavior, we might have a sliding scale. That frankly, if you're willing to build housing that you'll put a deed restriction on that has no income qualification. It's just the only deed restriction is that you will rent it to someone in the workforce. You got to define that. I'd give them some water. On the other end of that is if you're willing to do it for very low income, I'll give you all the water, right? So it's somewhere it's a social engineering tool, and we have to accept that and use it, use it as such. I'm not smart enough to figure that out right here. I think staff has to figure that out, and I think we have to see the housing element update before we get there. So I'd say for now, just put it all in the affordable housing allocation. We can change our mind on that later, but I want to maximize the power of the tool until we have more water, and then people that want another bathroom within their footprint, okay, we work for them too. So
You're saying put all 14 in affordable,
that's a proposal.
and then the housing element defines what that means in terms of the projects that have both affordable and market rate.
But I think the alternative is if you put a little bit into free market single family, you might have sort of a feeding frenzy that I'm not sure we want right now. I mean, it increases property values, but
I don't hear that being an option.
Yeah, I think the first thing that we need to do is clarify that distinction between affordable and multi. I think the first thing that we need to do is clarify the distinction between affordable and multifamily, which to me sounds like market rate multifamily. And then we need to, I think it would behoove us to wait for the housing element to come before us so that we can see and staff can make some recommendations. And there's a number of programs in the housing element that leverage water scarcity to try to incentivize certain behaviors. You know, there's also a hotel to residential conversion program where the water stays with the converted hotel, but then it contemplates, against a proposal, but it contemplates providing water for the person that buys those hotel keys. And if you don't provide that water for the person who buys those hotel keys, the program blows up. And so that, for example, doesn't fit into affordable necessarily, depending on how it's defined. It doesn't fit into multifamily. I mean, you could argue it's technically like a hospitality use. I mean, maybe we could change the definition to fit it into the affordable bucket. But, you know, I think there's a lot of subtleties here, and so it does feel premature, you know, to me. I think that we should probably put enough water into the affordable bucket so that if somebody came along right now, there would be zero question in their mind that they could build us some housing.
What do you think that number is?
I mean, so the sizing here was the 14 acre feet we thought could build 120 units. Is that right?
So if I can, just real quickly, Mr. Buder, because Councilmember Dramoff asked me this morning rather. So it takes about a 1/4 acre foot to build your typical non-restricted single-family dwelling. And I think the water use factors that Marty's using it, and Ms. Toomey and Ms. Dramoff will come back with 326,000 gallons as an acre foot and how it's divided up. So I think the factor that Marty was using was 0.11 acre feet for an affordable unit, which obviously you're getting.
1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms?
Two bedroom, 1 bath, kitchen.
So sorry, that's
That's half the allocation that would be required for a single-family house, right? Like a typical.
Right. So
0.11 sounds like low to me compared to like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single-family R1 house.
You build four regular houses for an acre foot, and again, the way that Marty's, you can build like 9 deed restricted affordable units.
So I sort of like your idea, Hans. Do you think 7?
Well, I was thinking about half. Yeah, like if we had 60 units worth of affordable housing, water sitting there, I'd feel pretty comfortable that like whatever comes in the door in the next 3-4 months until we get this done, you know, no one's gonna look and say, oh, there's no water to build. The flip side of that is we also want people to be building, you know, market rate units help us too, right? I mean, like Bob talked about the hollowing out of the community. Like if some family comes along and they want to rent a new, you know, 3-bedroom unit downtown, fantastic. You know, it's going to cost less than a.
But if it's deed restricted, that's affordable. So
Well, if it's
that
deed
our
restricted, it's
seven would work.
affordable, but I'm saying like even a market rate unit is helpful. So I think we should probably add something to the multifamily bucket as well. And then I would propose just completely opening this back up in whenever staff comes back, once we have the benefit of seeing the housing element, and give ourselves the option of completely redefining.
Okay, do you
these
think
buckets.
any of those projects are going to come up before the housing element is completed and the proposals become real?
So I doubt it, but again, like out of an abundance of caution, I think I don't see the harm in.
Well,
that's how I would do it.
We have so I think that's an interesting idea. What I would say is, we have the Pastora project, right? And so I would question you, like if we put this money into, if we put this water into the multifamily residential district, what's to prevent, do we want to prevent or do we want to encourage, someone, a developer to buy, a 4-unit property like the ones I was talking about before and redevelop and develop
You're saying it creates a
into-
window for building just a straight market rate multifamily project before the incentives exist to create the mixed income project.
And that worries me.
That's a fair point.
That's
a fair point.
It is.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And so my question is, so I spoke earlier about creating a mixed income multifamily residential district, mixed income multifamily residential allocation bucket, which would address that problem, like prevent that situation from happening. But listening to you for about the housing element kind of makes me want to sit on my hands for, until that's done, that's completed, to sort of go down this path of trying to define, mixed income multifamily residential, because that may not even be the right bucket.
Right.
Like, Brandon talked about different programs, allocating buckets to programs, and that's kind of an interesting idea. And I would hate to give away, not give away, but I would hate for, this water allocation to be sort of warped by the market before we get to the point where we think we can put it to maximum use.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I sort of would propose if we put 7 acre feet in the affordable bucket and then direct staff to come back to us. I don't know what the appropriate timeline is, but within the next 3 months, for example, once everyone here has had a chance to see the housing element, and come back with some proposals about how to create an allocation that supports what we're trying to do there.
You want to make a strong statement that this council is for affordable housing. And that would be it.
Yeah, and specifically some of the programs. I mean, they're proposed at this point. You guys, still need to look at them and decide what you like and what you don't. So I think it's premature at this point, but yeah, I think if we can put some in that affordable bucket, maybe enough for 60 units worth, like 7 acre feet, and then come back and reevaluate in 3 months or 2 months once the housing element's gone through.
I was just saying we should right now go with option 1 to keep it in the unallocated reserves, but definitely revisit it because it feels a little bit premature, and I'm afraid there might be some unintended things that we haven't thought through yet because we're just kind of doing it on the fly right now. So let's just revisit it once we've gone through the housing element changes and let staff sort of maybe come up with something, and then, a couple months from now, go through it again and see how we can divide it up. I'm okay with option 1. Yeah. Yeah, the 10%.
I'm just waiting for somebody to make a motion.
I don't.
Can I just clarify really quick? So we have to come back to you with a resolution, even to move that little bit into the affordable housing bucket. So if you want us to come back to make any other adjustments, we're going to be coming back to you anyways, if you choose to do that.
So we can negotiate next time. You would come back with we do 1.4 tonight. You're going to come back and say, here's 1.4. Do you want to do this still? and we could change our mind.
I guess what I'm saying is to move water around into different buckets, we have to do that via a resolution, I guess is what I'm saying.
So if we say 1.4 tonight, we will be able to change that at the meeting when you bring it back.
do more.
So we'll have some more time to think about it. Okay. And you'll have more time to give us thoughts because the housing element will be closer to completion.
That's the benefit. You'll have a study session with the Planning Commission on the 20th, and hopefully we launch it off to HCD after that, and you'll have more guidance on what the housing element says and maybe better informed.
I have a question maybe for staff. So if we put water credits, if we put these water allocation into the affordable unit, my aforementioned, 4-bedroom redeveloped property downtown, four unit redeveloped property downtown could come to you and they could say, we're going to build 4 units and we're going to build 4 market rate units and 2 affordable units. But no one would ever do that, would they?
That program doesn't exist yet.
If we put the water, like if we put the water into the affordable unit bucket, and that 4 already existing unit developer comes to town and they say, I want to build a 6-unit property and 2 of them are going to be affordable, they could grab the 2 units out of the bucket, right? The 2 unit water allocation out of the bucket.
Sounds like it's pretty squishy at the moment. I mean, that's what I heard from Marnie, was basically Marnie's like, well, I can sort of decide.
So.
But the application would be processed because they already have a water allocation, right?
If you tell staff tonight that in order for us to accept an application for affordable housing, the application has to be 100% affordable, that kind of removes the gray area out of it, right? Like, something a little bit more realistic would be somebody comes in tomorrow and says, I want to convert my upstairs vacant office space into affordable housing, and we may not have enough water in that category to facilitate that project. So they might have to wait.
But if they have 2 offices upstairs, they will not be able to convert 1 unit into an affordable unit and 1 unit into a market rate unit. Unless we put water into one of those other buckets. We tell you how to do it. That sounds confusing.
What was your question, sir? What are the other buckets?
It's really the mixed income kind of aspect of how we allocate the water, I think, is what
I'm with Hans,
we need to look into.
I'm with Hans in terms of, allocating more than 1.4 units, more than 1.4 acre feet into the affordable bucket. Like I'm in that camp. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm at 6 or 7, but I'm at more than 1.4. But I wonder if there's some, if we could accommodate that mixed unit conversion, that mixed unit office conversion, where it's 1 affordable unit and 1 market rate unit. I'm looking at you and you're being stone-faced.
Well,
you think
I think the thing that we don't want to do is, and it sounds like, again, squishy at the moment, and that's sort of up to your discretion. Like what I wouldn't want to see is somebody comes in and says, well, I've got, a low-income studio. And
a market rate 3-bedroom.
And I've got a low-income studio and I've got 15 market rate units, and so I want all the water for all of those. Like that doesn't seem to be exactly the ratio that I'm looking for. And the problem that I have is we haven't defined the program at this point. So on the one hand, I don't want to cut off the possibility of developing housing because we need it. On the other hand, it seems like it does behoove us to wait because we have this limited period to create these incentives with this limited period of scarcity. And so maybe we do wait. I don't see a problem with adding it to the affordable bucket. If somebody came in and wanted to create another Trivette Court, like a 16 unit, Trivette Court, I don't see an issue with that, for
Pure
example.
affordable.
Yeah. So, you know, I think adding, and even if it was like 3 acre feet or something, that would allow you to do like a small little affordable deal.
I'm in for 3.
Okay. Alessandra, you okay with 3?
Sure. Yeah, I'm just concerned about, can I throw a hypothetical out there? It has nothing to do with this, but
We're giving direction. We're not really voting on making this a resolution tonight because she didn't bring us a resolution.
I guess what I would offer
What's your
to
hypothetical?
Keep going. I want to hear Alessandro's comment.
okay, so let's say with the hotel key program, let's say a really big giant developer comes in and gets 30 hotel keys, but says he will also do 3 very low income units, not hotel units, but just for, let's say, employees to live there. Would that individual be given the water?
That's too low a threshold in my mind. As Mr. Bruder was saying, it needs to, you know, if I were to recommend it, it needs to be at least 50% affordable to receive an allocation. That's my opinion. You know, Kim Cole, who wrote The Housing Element, who's one of our residents in the city of Monterey, she might have some guidance about what Monterey does with its limited water allocation as well. She runs the housing program in Monterey as well. So, but that's the kind of person we can talk to before we come back and make some recommendations. We can bring you a suite of recommendations.
But I think that's a very legitimate point that we need to think, are there thresholds? Is it 50% or something like that? Because
And we've actually done that. So we have a program in the housing element called the Mixed Income Incentive Program, and we ran pro formas to try to understand like what is the threshold of how many market rate units do you need to allow to create the juice so that the affordable units can get created. And so yeah, I mean, let's just let that bubble up, and I think it'll become clearer. And you know, if it takes 3 months, I think it's fine. And let's continue with your comments, but that's my quick reaction.
yeah, no, if tonight we want to do 3 instead of the 1.4, I'm fine with that. But I just think in general, let's spend the next couple of months coming up with more details on these things and how we want to prevent people from abusing it when the goal is to get the affordable housing built, not to try to get a monstrosity of a hotel built, but say, oh, hey, I got 3, affordable units in there.
Yeah.
You've got at least 3 votes for 3.
One last thing I'll just offer is there's nothing that precludes you from leaving it in the unallocated reserves, and if that project does walk in the door in the next couple months,
We can move it.
It's the fact that like if somebody looks at how much water's there and they haven't heard this discussion, it's helpful for them to know the water's actually there, I think.
I like that.
It's an incentive, yeah. We'll bring the resolution.
I love the fact that this is making the housing element become more real.
It's a good segue.
And bringing up the issues that we have to deal with in the future. By
Thank
the
you,
Planning
Council.
Commission. All right, great discussion. Thank you. Sorry that took so long, but it was worth it. All right, moving on. Item 11, the last one for tonight. Oh, somebody wanted to make a comment before we finished?
No, if you close public comment.
I'm sorry, I was out of the room. I had a question about the element.
Make it quick.
I just have a question and wanting to get answered.
30 seconds.
Okay. How do you ever take care of following deed restricted? There's communities, and how do you take care of making sure it's a senior element? And I think, I was curious, and can you move it back out of the bucket? And I think your point is, as long as it's in the bucket, and the state might, change administrations and do different things with the housing element. So, but you can move from one bucket to another.
Yes.
If you need to look good for the housing element, I understand. If not, I say leave it unallocated.
Okay, thanks. All right, item 11, fire hazard severity zone map and municipal code updates. This is important for both public safety and property protection. The 2025 fire hazard severity zone maps designate areas in and around Carmel that face elevated wildfire risks. And I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over to Anna, and she can take it from there. And thank you for everyone for sticking around for this. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Byrne, council members, Anna Jeanette, Director of Community Planning and Building, here presenting staff's report on wildfire preparedness and code updates. Today's presentation is intended to facilitate a discussion on wildfire hazards and how the city should prepare and mitigate for wildfire. As shown on this slide, staff will cover background, applicable laws, changes to the fire hazard severity zone maps, the wildfire urban interface or WUI, the current development requirements. Staff will also go over some discussion points and things for council members to consider prior to weighing the potential options, and we will end with the next steps. So first, to understand the city's wildfire hazard, one must consider the complex wildfire environment that we are in. This includes the local microclimate, wind patterns, vegetation, topography, and the built environment, all of which can exacerbate wildfire risk. The hazards analysis modeling conducted through the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or CWPP, which was adopted in 2024, demonstrates the potential for destructive wildfire under extreme weather conditions, with the potential for crown fires and ember spotting posing as significant threats. The wildfire environment informs the vulnerability. For example, the city has one of the highest structure densities in the area, and many of the structures are older and were constructed using techniques and materials that are now at risk of ignition. This is what is considered structural vulnerability. Another vulnerability example would be the city's vegetation and topography. The Monterey pine forest and its understory can provide vertical continuity between surface fuels and the tree canopy. If you couple that with the topography, that creates a fuel or fire ladder situation. These factors are all part of the data that's analyzed and modeled to create the fire hazard severity zone maps. There's other data that's used, such as history of wildfire in an area. State law requires that these maps be made and these data be used as a tool. And there's also guidance that's provided by the U.S. Fire Administration. So the resulting information from these maps and the tools help communities employ methods to properly prevent and prepare for wildfire. Initially, state law only required fire hazard severity zone designations within areas that were state responsibility areas. However, in 1992, in response to a destructive fire called the Tunnel Fire in Oakland, state law was updated, requiring that within local responsibility areas that are areas should be designated, or areas that should qualify as high fire hazard areas be designated in the LRA. So the city is in a local responsibility area, or an LRA. Then recently in 2022, state law was further updated that now requires moderate and high fire hazard sensitivity zones in the LRA. So now, currently as it stands, we're required to designate moderate, high, and very high fire hazard zones. So then the government codes, public resources codes, and California Code of Regulations shown on the slide, those all require defensible space. Defensible space requirements are required in all designated fire hazard zones, as well as the wildland urban interface areas, which is the WUI. There is one exception, though. I'll show a slide with a graphic later on that shows three different types of zones in defensible space. Only LRAs with a very high severity zone is required to maintain zone 0. All other zones and all other WUI is required to maintain zone 2 and zone 3. Structural hardening is also required for very high, moderate, and high, as well as WUI areas. And these state laws are incorporated within our local laws through Title 15 of the Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code. So an important component of wildfire prevention and preparation is the public outreach and education. Recently, a defensible space mailer was provided to residents within the community. The mailer summarizes the update to state law as well as the hazards map, goes into a little bit of the CWPP and the WUI. It also provides a helpful checklist that the fire department uses when they're doing their defensible space inspections. So this graphic here on the left is the graphic that I discussed earlier on the earlier slide. Zone 0 is the area 5 feet from the edge of the structure out. Zone 2 is between 5 and 30 feet, and Zone 3 is 30 to 100 feet. You are only required to maintain your defensible space up into your property line. That makes a lot of sense here in the city of Carmel. Not a lot of our lots go 100 feet past buildings. I do also want to point out that defensible space does not mean that you need to clear cut all vegetation and you cannot plant any new vegetation. What it means is within Zone 0, you have to have non-combustible material. So you would be prevented from having vegetation there. But in Zones 2 and Zones 3, what you need to do is make sure that any vegetation that you do have is maintained in a healthy, green, and clean environment to prevent fires from spreading from the structure out, or the opposite. Additional outreach was conducted through our website. It was updated to include a link that would bring the user to Monterey Fire's website. And their website has a lot of helpful information on the updated laws, the maps, even just what to do, whether you're required to do it or not to be fire-wise. There is also a link there that allows members of the public to provide comment to the state fire marshal on the updated maps. Public comment period is required by state law, and currently it ends May 15th of this year, so in 10 days. So this map shows the differences between the current 2011 fire hazard severity zone map and the 2025 updated map. As you can see on the left, there's 221 acres that are zoned very high. On the right, the very high acreage was increased to 278 acres. In addition, there's 110 new acreage that's zoned high and 100 acres zoned moderate. So just looking at the map, the areas that now have designation more than doubled. However, if you look within the Mission Trails Nature Preserve area, you can see that some areas are now undesignated or they've been decreased from very high to high or moderate. This was a surprising fact that staff and the fire department both uncovered, and we'll talk about options on how to address this in later slides. So just quickly touch upon the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or the CWPP. This plan was adopted by the city in 2024, and it designated 334 acres of WUI within the city lands. This plan also included pre-fire mitigation that were based off of the 4 guiding principles on the slide, and incorporates the 4 key strategies for wildfire resilience. As discussed earlier, the California Building Code Chapter 7A requirements apply to these WUI areas, no matter what the hazard designation is. defensible space also requires within these WUI areas, except for the requirement for Zone 0. Going further within the current development requirements, again, very high and WUI require the Chapter 7A structure hardening. And I think I need booster glasses because I cannot read anything on there. But to summarize, you would need a Class A roof. The exterior and deck materials would have to be non-combustible or ignition resistant. That includes not just the outside, or it's not only the outside, it's actually the whole assembly of what the wall or the roof is made out of. Any glass, windows, doors, skylights would have to be tempered at glazed double pane. And also vegetation management, which is really more of a landscape plan that requires a property proponent to show what existing landscaping they're going to keep, what landscaping they're going to install, how that will be maintained, where plants will be located, where is irrigation, and all of that happening. In 2018, there was a guidance document that was provided by the building official, which also, in addition to WUI and hazard areas, requires Class A roofing assemblies citywide. That's for new roofs, or if you were modifying more than 25% of an existing roof. Installation of spark arresters, fire sprinklers, if you're removing more than 50% of the linear interior and exterior walls of a structure, as well as vegetation maintenance. There are exceptions through the California Historic Building Code, which allow relaxation of regulations if implementation of those regulations would be inconsistent with the state interior's treatment of historic structures. So some of the considerations before weighing options. Insurance covers and rates. The state law requires that insurance companies use their own methodology and mapping and data to consider what the wildfire risk would be for a home and property. That said, there is overlapping data between what they look at and what the state fire marshal looks at. And there also seems to be data present showing that recently coverage changes, coverage dropping and changing in rates, interestingly coincide with areas that are zoned high fire. We do not have access to insurance maps, so we don't know if they're one and the same or the potential possibility of an insurance provider looking at the state fire hazard maps. Cost is something that should be considered. Through my research, I didn't really think of it this way, and I think it's important to convey there is a very big difference between wildlife protection cost and wildlife recovery costs. So wildlife protection costs are typically the burden of the property owner. Local government may have certain costs associated with protection, such as maintaining roads, infrastructure, or fire services. Wildlife recovery, though, is community-wide, or the cost is a burden community-wide. It's not just the homeowner that has to replace their house. It's the ecosystem that's lost. It's the tax and business revenue that's lost during wildlife recovery. It's a whole wealth of things. So based on a survey or based on a study that was done in 2018 for full community wildlife recovery costs, it shows that 35% of the recovery costs are in the short term, but 65% are really on the long term. So you're looking at a long-term burden for the community-wide. Another thing to consider is what is set in the California Building Code and what is set in the California Fire Code are minimum standards. The city, if found appropriate, could increase the required standards. For instance, instead of only applying Chapter 7A requirements for structure hardening to newly built structures or newly built buildings, the city could determine to apply those to any new addition. Or if you're removing more than 50% of your siding, the city could require now all of your siding has to be structure hardened. That's the same with defensible space. Zone 0 only applies to the very high severity zone, but the city could wish to apply that throughout. But with that, you do have to balance the resources, and that is, a land use thing. There could be potential impacts to Carmel's character as a whole, depending on how reaching the regulations are. If you think of the natural setting, a lot of, or our general plan and our code requires that we not only look at impervious surfaces as coverage, we also have to look at permeable surfaces as coverage. That's like gravel, anything other than mulch and dirt. So if we extended the Zone 0 and required anything 5 feet from a building, what would that material look like, and would that change the character of the city if there was all gravel around a house, increasing the site coverage? If we kept it as a permeable material, it wouldn't affect drainage as much, but again, the character goes beyond just the drainage. Resource protection, as I spoke earlier, it is not, the defensible space is not a whole clear cut, get rid of all vegetation. But what other resources do we have other than trees and vegetation? There's the character again. Do we prohibit cedar shake roofing? If we do, what is the most appropriate replacement for that? If it looks and smells like it, but it doesn't quite act like it, would that be an appropriate balance to strike between fire hardening our entire community, or keeping the character and using natural materials? That also goes into the built environment. So you guys already know, and I will not keep going on that topic. So there are 3 options that staff has identified, and City Council is more than, it's up to how the council wants to move forward. Option 1 would be just adopt the maps as prepared by the state fire marshal. This meets the state minimum requirements, and the Chapter 7A and Chapter 49 would be applicable to all designated areas and remain designated within the WUI area. Option 2 would be to adopt the maps as presented by the state fire marshal, but with an increased severity designation for the areas that were once very high and are no longer. Staff would recommend that council do not go with option 2 for a few reasons. One, the time and costs associated with the justification staff would have to come up with to show to the state fire marshal that that very high is actually necessary. Also, any potential unintended consequences that changing a property to very high relative to insurance coverage and insurance rates, because we wouldn't have any control over that. And then also, if at the next update that area was turned back into non-designated areas, we would have to do that same exercise all over again. So option 3, this is the option that staff is actually recommending to council for consideration. That's adopt the 2025 fire hazard severity zone map and extend the WUI throughout the city. This meets the minimum state requirements. It would have the same applicability throughout the entire city. So the entire city would have the same set of rules, and you wouldn't have to figure out what rule applies to you, what rule applies to your neighbor. And again, it extends the WUI throughout the city. In addition, staff recommends that based on the recommendation of the fire department, we adopt Public Resources Code Section 4291. Within our code, this allows the fire department to do have a more enforcement component to the defensible space inspections. The city or the council also has the option for considering the need for an emergency ordinance. And if the city council felt that was appropriate, staff would recommend that the city direct staff to return with an urgency ordinance and what exactly that ordinance should cover. So the next steps would be for City Council to take public comment and deliberate. And finally, adoption of an ordinance, adoption of the ordinance to adopt the updated maps is required by state law to be done, completed, and sent to the state by July 8th, 2025. So this concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for questions if you have any.
Got it. I've got a question. Well, actually, two questions. When was this new map released? Was it January?
The new map was released March 10th of 2025.
Okay. And so we have till July 8th to make these decisions and adopt an ordinance?
That's correct.
It's a very short time frame.
Yes.
What happens if we don't?
I also have Chief Cooper here with us to help answer technical questions. I haven't read anything about fines, but maybe.
No, that's a very good question of what if you decide not to follow the state law of adopting the ordinance within the time frame. I'm sure that could trigger and hold up additional things, including grant funding for areas of cleanup and greenbelt areas if we are trying to pursue grant areas as part of the CWPP. I could hold some of that stuff up, I'm sure, but I could get more information on you on what that would look like and actually contact the state to see what would happen if we failed to adopt by resolution. We would be obviously violating a Senate bill and other government codes. And so I would have to ask the state exactly what that would look like, but I could get that information back to you.
Let's avoid that. Let's avoid asking the state.
Thank you for not providing the additional work to you.
Yeah, because this is obviously a very short time period we've got to work with, and these are monumental changes that we potentially are making with very large consequences and unintended consequences. Yeah. And I'm just amazed that we have such a short time period to be making this kind of a decision.
Yeah, and as you know, we have 4 cities in a district that we're going through this with too, and throughout our community. But there's also a parallel track that happens too, and in some of our cities it is outlined also in the housing elements and in the safety plans. So all that stuff is also being updated in the parallel track in a lot of our cities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could stay up here, I think we're probably going to have a lot of questions tonight. Have other cities done anything about this yet?
Yeah, so currently I know working on an agenda report here for the city of Monterey moving forward. We're looking at doing something very similar, basically adopting the fire hazard severity zone maps by the deadline. Monterey Regional Airport is also has it slated to be on their council or their board. Sand City, actually, which is surprising, has now an area of moderate fire hazard severity zone in the sand dunes that they also have to go through this process, and then also Pacific Grove. So everyone's kind of doing it in the same track. Our map set that came out in March 10th of this year was the 3rd grouping of maps that came out. The northern part of the state had already come out and was ahead of us. So we've actually got to watch what kind of the northern part of the state has done in some of the communities. And we've seen what Places like Santa Cruz has done, where they've adopted the maps and they've increased WUI zones. They've also done stuff with their building departments where if you remove one vent, you could replace it with a like vent, but if you remove the second vent, you're doing like a whole side of a house, they make you upgrade it to the WUI standards, which is the 7A standards. So we're seeing a mix of different areas, including Santa Cruz, that are actually looking at all that stuff. So 50% of your walls go down, then you have to replace 50% of your siding with a fire-resistant siding material. And all that stuff is vetted out by the state. The state comes out with a product list that they have on their website, on the State Fire Marshal's website, that tells you what products you could use. And obviously the products are expanding, and they're vetting stuff every day. So that product list is growing also.
What's Monterey doing?
We're looking at moving forward to adopt the severity zones, but obviously I can't speak because council hasn't even looked at the agenda item yet. I know I have Kim in the back here too, planning. I've been working alongside also with her on that process. So,
proposing 3 options?
as of right now, I'd have to relook at our agenda report. Like I said, I was just working on it today.
Sounds like we're just saying take option 1.
Yeah, so
Just get it done.
So we're looking at moving forward, but we're also looking at 2, probably doing a couple different ordinances, one on the maps, one on probably Public Resource Code 4291, and then obviously our third parallel set that's going on right now with our general plan updates.
Playing Alessandra's question. Is there anything less than option 1 that you can do?
As far as that,
getting away from whatever fines or penalties or grant fund restrictions. And what's the minimum you can do and not get pinged somehow?
Yeah, which would be option 1.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll open it up for some other questions.
I do want to, I just do want to clarify that option 2 would only require adoption of the map by July 8th. Changing of the WUI zone would be an amendment to the CWPP that does not have to follow this same track. And any changes to our building code could fall afterwards. So July 8th is the cutoff day for just the map alone.
Okay.
Option 1 or option 2?
All
We have to do that, right? Okay.
Right.
I actually have another question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Can you explain this PRC 4291? It says more enforcement. Does that mean that fire or police officials can go on your property, or do they still have to get permission?
No, so Public Resource Code 4291 is basically the standard that we use even currently when we go out and look at defensible space. So when we look at making sure that defensible space is maintained, which is technically a requirement in all of our cities, irregardless of this, defensible space has to be maintained, which talks about, you can't have brush and plants growing up over your head when you're trying to walk to someone's door. So that gets into the defensible space requirements. Public Resource Code 4291 is what we're looking at, is using it as a guideline to not only educate homeowners about what it's already being used in the state areas too, and we are already using it in the LRA, telling them like, you can't have trees overhanging chimneys, for example, within 10 feet. So we have to maintain clearances to prevent ignition for those ladder fuels. So by looking at 4291 as the guideline for us to adopt and educate people, the enforcement action is more of a separate thing with that. We could obviously cite off of then 4291 if we wanted to, but we still have to go through the whole processes. So typically when we find someone that has, for example, pine needles across their roof that's creating a fire hazard, and we give them a notice. Our defensible space inspectors work in the community, they give a notice, it's a 30-day notice, they come back out and see if the work's been done. After 30 days goes by and say the violation still exists, we go out and basically issue a 20-day notice. The 20-day notice goes through its timeline, and then we go back out again and look, and it's still there, then we issue a 10-day notice. Obviously, if it gets to a citation issue, we can only issue administrative citations. We work with code enforcement with Carmel-by-the-Sea, and they're the ones that would be issuing the citation based upon the enforcement action if we have to enforce it. I could tell you right now, since I've been in fire prevention and in the fire department since 1997 when I joined in the fire service. I can't remember a time where we've actually had to find people to do those actions to mitigate a fire hazard on their property. So as far as it goes for weed abatement and stuff like that. We used to be able to use weed abatement as the code to kind of go under and go, hey, there's brush and grasses growing all the way up to your property. That's what we would use before, would be the weed abatement provisions. This would be actually then using the provisions of 4291, which spells it out a lot more. So if the general public looked at what do I need to do to be wildfire resilient, they could look at everything in 4291 and go, okay, I need to check for leaves on my gutters. I need to make sure I don't have trees overgrowing my chimneys. I need to make sure that all those things in line with 4291 is actually what we're looking at right now while we're doing defensible space inspections.
Okay, I've got 2 follow-ups.
Yeah.
So while you're doing these inspections, is that from the street or are you on people's property?
Yeah, great question. So we actually do it from the street, from the right-of-way. When we're out in the community in the very high and high fire hazard severity zones, we will make contact with the homeowner, and if the homeowner wants to bring us on their property to show us their property too, they're more than welcome to do that, and that's where we get into the education part about home hardening. And we talk to them about how they could help make their house wildfire resilient. But that's only if they allow us to go onto their property. Other than that, the inspection takes place from the public right-of-way.
Okay, super. Thank you. And one last thing on this Zone 0, the non-combustible material. So if you are have a tree or shrubbery that is less than 5 feet, you will be made to cut that down.
So what we're doing right now is 2 things. So the Zone 0, and as far as the enforcement action goes with that, in the very high fire hazard severity zone, there's a time limit, and it's 3 years that enforcement actions won't be taken. But what we're looking at doing on stuff like that is really working with homeowners because limiting up those lower level fuels so that a ground fire won't then spread to that vegetation and then spread to the house. Some of that Zone 02 requirements that are coming in, which is a big one where people do have a cost associated with it, is the last 5 feet of fence that tees off into their structure. If it's not non-combustible, you have to change out that last 5 feet of fencing. So that's a state mandate in the very high fire hazard severity zone. We're only talking about the very high fire hazard severity zone. That last 5 feet, 0 to 5 feet from your structure, you want it to be hardscaped.
So people will be required after this 3-year period to take down trees if it's within.
So trees. So we're not saying take down trees. We're saying trees need to be limbed up so that the fire, if a ground fire, cannot spread up a tree.
Can you explain what that means? Limbed up? I don't know what that means.
So, for example, if you look at some of the oak trees around and you have trees that are growing all the way down with their canopies touching the ground, a fire will take that and ladder fuel it up the tree to the canopy and then spread to the house really easily. So part of that limit up process, and obviously you'd have to work with the city, with the forester, because there's permits required to touch trees and all that stuff, but it would be limiting those trees up. The recommendation is 6 feet off the ground so that the fire can't spread up the tree through the leaves of the tree to start the house on fire.
Okay, thank you.
Did you say you have to take your wood fence down if it's within 5 feet of your house?
If you're in the very high fire hazard severity zone, the current state law, 0 to 5 feet, you want it to be hardscaped. So even like having a wood flower pot there, that's combustible, right? So you would have to change that out to a terracotta pot, for example. But so if that's the type of stuff that you can't have in that 0 to 5 ember resistant zone in the very high fire hazard severity zone. So on the map, it was all that zone that is red.
So we're going to be looking at metal fences in addition to metal roofs.
And so that's some of the things that planning needs to definitely take into account, not only lot coverage, but also what type of materials does that look like. They're making a lot of materials now out there that looks like wood, and it's not wood. It's actually non-combustible fencing material. And so I know we were in here probably about a month ago looking at some of those roofing materials. It is amazing of what materials they have out there now, but obviously the state would have that whole list of materials available.
Okay, so go ahead, Jeff and Hans and Bob. Your turn. Do you have any questions? Okay, go ahead.
Want me to go first?
Dale, can you talk
Sure.
Yeah. We're going to go to Jeff first and then Hans and Bob.
So I have some questions for both of you on the previous slide. Yeah, so on option 3, so I understand options 1 and 2. So on options 3, what extends WUI regulations throughout the city? How do we do that? How do we extend the WUI? Like, what's the legal process for? Do we have to adopt a resolution to say we extend the WUI regulations? Like, what do we have to adopt a law? Like, what's the thing to do that? What's the process of doing that?
So the 2024 Community Wildfire Protection Plan established the existing WUI.
That's the foundation of that.
So that would have to be amended to increase.
PRC 4291, which is in our packet. Who generally, like, it's in our packet and it's not as draconian as, I don't think it's draconian as you made it out to be, but who, like, what is this used for? Like, it's like it's in the packet without any, and I'm not being critical, it's in the packet without any sort of surrounding information. Like, what does it mean, adopt PRC 4291? Like, who does that? Like, what's the goal? Like, that's a step towards a goal. What's the goal?
So I would say the goal of adopting 4291 is to make that the guidelines that we use to look at structures and make defensible space recommendations.
And so this is what, like, other communities do this. They adopt section 4291. They just do it with a law, with a.
And I guess I could say, you know, in our fire code, for example, we have a provision that states
Monterey, being Monterey, or.
So in the fire code, when we adopt the fire code for every jurisdiction does it a little bit different. But when the fire code is adopted, typically there's carve-outs done in the fire code that says, hey, here's what you can enforce to include stricter regulations. So, you know, maybe you have the exact ordinance for Carmel. I can take a look at it real quick and dig it up. But basically what it says, for example, for Monterey's ordinance, it says must provide 100 feet of defensible space clearance, must trim trees 10 feet away from chimneys. And that's all it says. So
right, that's what 4291.
So by putting it in there for the LRA, which a lot of jurisdictions are doing, and it gives the fire department additional authority to go, okay, here's the full thing for defensible space. If you only do partial defensible space, it doesn't achieve the goal. If, you know, ultimately when new structures come in and they build in the very high fire hazard severity zones, and that 7A building chapter takes effect, and they have to make their house WUI compliant. 40% of those structures is what's reported by CAL FIRE, that if there's a wildfire that sweeps through there, 40% of the structures are survivable. Does that make sense?
Okay.
That's the data that.
So 4291 is like an enforcement mechanism for WUI? Like, is it just clarifies, like?
So I would say it is 4291 is a guideline that the fire department would then use to make sure that their defensible space requirements are being met.
And we would adopt this for the whole city, or the WUI zone, or the very high fire severity zone, or?
It would be adopted wherever the defensible space requirement is applied to. And the reason we would have to adopt it through our code and it cannot be applied just through state law is because the way 4291 is currently written, it only applies to state responsibility areas and not local responsibility areas.
So we, like, if you're proposing, so staff is proposing that we, again, I'm just asking questions. Staff is proposing that we adopt PRC section 4291. Does that mean adopt 4291 for the whole city? And we would say 4291 applies only where we have defensible space requirements, which is like the very high fire severity zone. If I read that, if I listened correctly, maybe I didn't.
It would be all designations and the WUI zone.
All 3 designations and the WUI zone. Okay. And then what's the last thing? Consider the need for an urgency ordinance. Like, is that to adopt 4291, or is that some other thing that we might dream up here on the dais?
That's exactly it. If you thought next week we need to have every house hardened, or we need to have more defensible space requirements. It would be an ordinance that we could implement prior to adoption of the maps in July and any other code modifications that come thereafter. That's only if council saw the need for an urgency ordinance. Yeah, no wood
Like
shake
what?
roofs. Immediately prohibiting wood shake roofs, as Mr. Swanson said.
I'm looking at Alessandro when I hear immediately prohibit wood shake roofs.
That would be an example.
Do you have another example?
Not running wood chips all the way to the structure, because in the very high fire hazard severity zone, that has to be non-combustible, 0 to 5 feet, as required by state law. So it would be then looking at allowances to allow gravel, which is considered part of your lot coverage. So you would have to look at amending that with planning.
Okay. Thank you.
So staff is recommending that we apply the WUI designation to the entire city, which means that Chapter 49 would apply to the entire city. You know, when I go through and I look at Chapter 49, there are a couple interesting things there. It's actually on page 328 of our hymnal here. You know, and I want to make sure I'm understanding it. So it says the horizontal distance between crowns of new trees and crowns of adjacent trees shall not be less than 10 feet. So can you just paint a picture for me of what that looks like?
Yeah, so obviously in the very high fire hazard severity zones where 7A takes effect, or in the designated WUI zone.
This is actually Chapter 49.
49. He's looking at 4906, right?
Yes, 4906. At the very end.
It's at the very end of 4906,
Page
right
320.
above 4907.
Yes, I know it's talking about obviously vegetation management and spacing of trees, because that's what also is looked upon in the very high fire hazard severity zones, and also the WUI zones. So it will actually take a look at trees in those zones.
Yeah, this says it applies to trees shall be managed as follows within the 30-foot zone of a structure. So within 30 feet of a structure, it says the horizontal distance between crowns of new trees and crowns of adjacent trees shall not be less than 10 feet. So how do you give us plain English about what does that actually look like?
So the goal is, because would be then you would have 10 feet of spacing between trees where the crowns aren't touching.
Not trees, not 10 feet between trees, 10 feet between the
from the crowns.
The crowns.
The crowns.
So there'd be a 10-foot gap between the foliage.
Well, it'd probably be a little bit more than that because the crowns extend further than the tree itself, right?
Right.
So I mean that is the goal of what they're saying here. Obviously, you know, as far as what would be enforceable and would we be going that in depth into it to do that, that would also have to be some discussion.
It also says in the same section on page 328 of our packet, it says within 30 feet of a structure, quote, new trees shall be planted and maintained so that the tree's drip line at maturity is a minimum of 10 feet from any combustible structure. Now, I'm new to the tree game, but a drip line is like if I'm looking down at a tree from Google Earth, it's like the outline of the tree, sort of, right? Like that's kind of the drip line. So that says, like, so for example, a coast live oak, I was looking online, has a drip line with a radius of 20 to 35 feet from the trunk. So is this, I want to make sure I'm interpreting it right. Is this saying you would add 10 feet to that radius? So it's basically saying the closest trunk of a coast live oak could be 30 to 45 feet from a structure.
I would say potentially based upon this, yes.
Well, it says combustible structure.
Combustible structure.
Well, your house is combustible, my house is combustible, but Bob's may not be.
Oh, it's pretty combustible.
So, and this would, and
Dale's isn't, I don't
and
think.
this would also apply, this would also apply not just to my house, but also to the neighboring house. So no tree on my lot could be, no coast live oak on my lot could be within 30 feet of my house or within 30 feet of my neighbor's house if they're combustible.
So I think the intent is we value trees. We're not telling people to cut trees down. We don't want to destroy the heritage of the trees and everything else. What we're looking at is really in the very high fire hazard severity zone, that's 0 to 5 feet, and educating. Obviously, I think in the code for the 0 to 5 feet ruling, you could have a tree on that 5 foot line too. And like I said, we're telling people you just need to limb them up. As far as this document goes, I know it says a lot of stuff in here, drip lines and everything else. I'd probably have to talk to some of my defensible space inspectors that are more in tune to this. We're actually bringing some more people on for defensible space inspections, and I could get some better answers for you exactly what that would look like in the WUI zone.
It's pretty much saying you can't plant a tree on your yard.
Right.
Don't cut down a tree because you won't have any more.
Yeah, so I think from my understanding of it, in the 5 to 30 foot zone, you're still allowed to plant trees. You just really have to look at what type of horizontal and vertical spacing you have.
This is serious. This is really serious, as Alessandra was getting to immediately. Well,
there's one more, sorry,
okay,
I can't help myself.
And Bob's got to go too.
New trees not classified as fire-resistant vegetation, such as conifers, so like a Monterey pine, shall be permitted provided the tree is planted so that the tree's drip line at maturity is a minimum of 30 feet from any combustible structure.
Wow. Carmel never would have happened.
Yeah.
Bob?
I really don't, I don't have any specific comments. I mean, the thing I'm taking away from this is that we have to do option one. I mean, you all may decide we don't have to, but I think we do. It's the state law. And option 3 extends that by essentially declaring the entire city a WUI, and that basically means zone 0 regulations apply in the whole city. No.
No.
So what's the difference? What extra happens with option 3?
What extra happens in option 3 is,
Go back to the map.
okay.
Oh, yeah,
So,
okay.
so Chapter 7A and Chapter 49 would apply citywide, but again, currently, based on that guidance document from 2018, citywide, a Class A roof is already required, which is part of Chapter 7A. Spark arresters are already required, also part of 7A. Sprinkler systems and vegetation, both part of 7A and Chapter 49.
Okay.
So the only addition would be the structure hardening and the window glazing and the decking.
Which are in 49.
Which are in 49, 7A.
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 Those, oh, all right. Thank you.
I have a question. Isn't 4291 already being done?
We already use those guidelines out there in the urban interface. This would make it a lot more clear as what we're following out there as the standard. Just because we do not currently have it spelled out completely in our regulations.
Couldn't we just do that as part of option 1?
Yes, you could.
So that's another option.
Or option 3.
I mean, it makes sense. You're already doing it.
Yeah.
You're just making it clear that you're doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. And aren't we already considering, or I thought we were in process of adapting our requirements for wood roofs and making the change from dirt and bark to gravel? Isn't that already in process behind the scenes somewhere?
Currently, no. Staff is seeking direction as part of this discussion from City Council.
What to do about gravel, the whole
What to
gravel
do,
thing.
right. Gravel in terms of Well, I guess if you're talking about globally, if gravel should be considered coverage.
I mean, you're telling people to do something that they can't do, so it seems that that would be a pretty reasonable thing for us to do.
Right.
I thought Brandon had told me that it was already going to happen somehow.
That would be part of the next steps if unless city council said that that was not appropriate for the city, do not move forward with allowing gravel.
Is that something that should be done first at the planning commission so they can have a proper discussion?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like at 9 o'clock at night for us doesn't seem like the appropriate time to start making those changes, but I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to say.
Well, we're not. I mean, we're going to suggest changes, and presumably it would come back at a future meeting, and we could do it first on the agenda.
Okay, so
The beauty of July 8th is the drop dead. We could aim for the July council meeting, and in the intervening 2 months, we can get to planning commission for their
Well, the resolution could
advice.
just come back.
yeah, I mean,
tomorrow.
I really hate to do
Right.
something that they should probably be doing. It's their job. But it needs to be done. It needs to be done. We're telling people to do something they can't do. And that's not good.
So in the very high fire hazard severity zone as it sits, you would have to look at that 0 to 5 foot range for
Okay.
sure.
So it sounds to me like everybody's in agreement that we should do at least option 1. Is that true?
Are we still just in the question phase?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're still in questions?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. A lot of questions. Let's open it up for public comment. I think we've finished for the time being. Sorry about that.
No, I forgot to.
Hi, I just had a question. You talked about Mission Trail Nature Preserve being undesignated, and you were going to come back to that? But did you come back to that and explain that? Did you already do that, or did I miss it?
Probably went quickly, but.
Okay, because I just had a question.
You can see the two of them.
No, is that because there's no houses there? I mean, why is that?
It's data from the state. It is not a designation that the local fire department has made. It's from the state.
Yeah. No, wait. Linda, is that your question? Why is the Mission Trail Nature Preserve not
Well,
included?
it's undesignated, and also the houses, because I happen to live around the corner, the houses that border Mission Trail are still undesignated. They're in that clear white area.
Okay, so you'd like a response on
Well,
why,
the people who live there are just wondering why.
as they probably should. Okay, good.
Hi, Karen Ferlito. The Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve have been doing fire fuel abatement since about 2009 in collaboration with the city. And we've done a pretty good job of that, and we continue to do it because every time we have a storm and we have more tree fall. If more people in this city would take care of their own properties, as we are starting to do with our preserve, it would help a lot. We have neighbors down Ridgewood who don't live there, and the back of their lots are full of hemlock, which dries out like corn stalks, and nobody is telling them to fix that. I don't want to see 4291 adopted unless we actually deal with our fire people being able to go on private property to properly inspect. There are many, many properties you cannot inspect from a drive-by, from out in front in the street. You don't see the back of those places. You don't see the back of some of the houses along Ridgewood that you could see better from Mission Trail itself. We need to look not just at the front and just whether it has a spark arrestor. We have a lot of weed abatement in this town that could be done. And thankfully, the city has already done the mowing of the medians, which is an important part of our fire prevention. But I really think, we don't want to destroy our city's ambiance. We're not going to take down trees. We're going to limb them up when it's proper. And as far as planting new trees. Hans was onto something, and our trees also intersect. I mean, we have a tree that leans this way and a tree that leans this way. Those canopies intersect. If we were to try to follow this to the letter of the law, we would destroy this town and how it looks. So I think we need reasonable improvements. We need more fire fuel abatement throughout the entire town, and we need the fire department to be able to go and truly inspect properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Toomey speaking. Again, I agree with Karen. I would add that I'm still looking for clarification on what WUI really means. It's just clear as mud to me, and I just go cross-eyed. So I'm looking for more. Here's an example of what this means and where. So I need that clearer, please. I also am looking forward to getting more clarity on the CAL FIRE checklists that we were all given. What should we do on those? Should we act on those at all? Should we hold until more decisions are made at council? And or with regard to ordinances? Some people take these things seriously and want to act on them and or plan for acting on them. And that instruction and guidance is needed for the village, for all of us property owners. And then I would just reinforce that where there is work that requires vendor assistance, getting vendors to help you with much of anything is increasingly difficult and cost prohibitive in some spaces for some people. So all of these things are reality, and I've understood from our chief over here that they're not going to insist that something happens overnight, that there will be windows of time allowed to support the rollout of whatever changes are asked of us. So I just ask for more clarity on a couple of those points. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is my first city council meeting. I moved to Carmel in 2022. My name is Scott Mace. I live in the newly designated high severity zone. I want to echo Karen's sentiment of going on property for inspections. I'm also going to raise the bugaboo of there are some more flammable species than others. I have read, and I think there's some truth that some of the cypress trees are particularly good at spreading embers explosively. I know they're beloved, but maybe we need to look at that when we've done all the rest of this. In the meantime, I urge you to comply with the July 8th deadline and get everything you can in a row for that. Thank you.
Scott, how do you spell your last name?
Mace, M-A-C-E.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience. I have a question for the fire chief. Whatever we adopt, and I think you'll come to a good conclusion, is that information shared with all the insurance companies? My friend, one block out of town, they dropped her. My friends in Pebble Beach, they're without a reason. So don't you think whatever you do, the insurance companies will look and see what you have adopted and base their rates on some of that? That's my question to the chief. This information, I'm assuming, will be, we give out pamphlets. So they have indications of the high areas and what you are actually doing about it. That's my question.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Melanie Billig. This is really revolutionary for all of us. I mean, I don't know about all of you, but I think it's extremely draconian. And option 3, can we possibly, council, get a really clear definition of exactly what all of this means? Everything's very abbreviated in this report, and you have a very good staff report, I'm sure. But when we look at all of this that we've seen tonight, I have a copy of it, but I have no concept of all of the implications of this, especially if we adopt option 3? And does it seem appropriate to put or treat all zones in the city equitably? I mean, if you've got a really, really high fire rate in one area, to treat them the same as you have somebody that's in the lowest rate. I question that. And then things like our little wood fences, I mean, those are Carmel. I mean, it's a small thing, but what are you supposed to do? Have everyone do a wrought iron fence in town? I mean, I just question all of this. I know you've really got a complex thing that you've got to deal with, but is there a way that you can get some more information out to people in the community so that they have an understanding before you pass on something, what some of the options are? Like, I don't understand totally the difference between option 1 and option 3. And maybe that's because I don't have the staff report and haven't read it in greater detail. But it just seems like the time frames we're working with are so stringent, and the thought of people having to make major changes to their property I'm not talking about, landscaping. I'm talking about houses. I mean, roofs, windows, skylights, venting, and that kind of thing. I even heard that they were considering decks as being a problem. Is that going to be true? That decks to houses are going to be a problem? Brandon says yes.
Yes.
And that's what I had heard. So, I mean, this is a big deal, guys.
It's like opposite world.
Yeah.
We've completely reversing what we were doing.
Try to educate us as much as possible.
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you so much.
Us too. All right, thank you, Melanie. Okay, we have one more in-house here, and then 2 online, I think. Okay.
Good evening again. Excuse me. Sorry. Maybe not. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you want us to go online and give you a chance to get ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I think it's coming back, but thank you.
Slippery slope, Chip.
Thanks, Chip.
We're going to take a water break.
We can consider this intermission. Sorry about that.
We have good customer service here at our council meeting.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm actually coming at this from a little different perspective, maybe. And as I think Jeff Barron and Chip were here probably 5, 6, 7 years ago, I live on, as you know, I think, overlooking Passcode Canyon. And 5 or so years ago, Jeff, 6 years ago, we had a group of probably 40 or so residents that were quite concerned about fire risk coming up from the canyon. And at the time, the then fire chief, and we actually assembled people from Pebble Beach Fire, or Pebble Beach legal jurisdiction, from the fire department, from the city of Carmel and Monterey. We had everybody there. And it was basically discussed and confirmed by the fire professionals that the risk of fire coming into up from Pescadero Canyon was moderate, meaning, and that was primarily because of the level of moisture in the canyon. And I was arguing that we should have more vegetation removed, particularly, for example, dead trees that are harboring species that are in danger. I was arguing for goats, for example, to come in and take care of the growth, the fire material on the ground. In any case, my question is this, to probably the fire chief here. This new read of high risk, and by the way, I am as concerned as anybody that I am in a high fire risk area. But my question to the chief is, the state has come in and issued this new map. And obviously with everything's gone on down south, we're all very conscious of the need to be current. But the question is, were the local people, the local fire department, involved in the preparation of the map? Because this is in contradiction to what I was told 5 or 6 years ago, things haven't changed. The level of foliage is there, the level of moisture is still the same. That's my question. It seems to me like it is a very important topic, but do we just accept the new map? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here? I'll write down that question for you, Chief.
Linda, go ahead.
Okay. You got it? Okay.
Yes, Linda here again. It appears to me that all of our worries and efforts are in response to climate change. And I wonder if any of you members of the audience and the council have seen recently the NOVA production on the secrets of the forest. And it was all about how restoration of native forests hold the key to really surviving climate change. And it just seems to me that everything that's being suggested here is just counter to that, and especially counter to Carmel's heritage, which is being a village in Monterey Forest. And being such a completely unique town, and by virtue of the vision of its founders. And all of our blessings have come from the choices that they made. And in fact, Nathaniel Owings, really quite a well-known architect, said Carmel has no prototype. It's one of a kind. And our general plan, our LCP, reflect our uniqueness, and it is really built around our forest. And you know, Carmel just really isn't Monterey, and it isn't Pacific Grove. It's a different kind of town. It's also within the coastal zone, and those two other jurisdictions are not within the coastal zone. So we are under the jurisdiction of the Coastal Act. So maybe there's some leeway for us to negotiate our special character into how we can preserve it, because these. I was reading through what Mr. Booter was reading, and it's really draconian. I have to say, I'm having a hard time imagining that anybody would ever be able to plant a Monterey pine or a coast live oak, for that matter, because they grow so large. And also, you know, a lot of the native vegetation, which, as it turns out, is fire resistant. I sent you all an article that's really interesting by a firefighter, a long-term firefighter, and he talks about, he did tests on the flammability, the combustibility of native leaves, and he finds that, in fact, he said that ceanothus, which of course is a native Californian, should be used as a fire screen because it does not want to burn. So perhaps we can start thinking about how we can address some of the risks by appropriate planting in public space and on private property, and manage to keep habitat for the birds and our heritage alive despite fire risk. Another thing that he mentioned is keeping our vegetation hydrated, which is why I brought up the water allocation. And maybe that's something we need to think about a little bit more closely, and just try to get back to our roots. I think we have answers in nature that we can, if we work together with nature, I think we can probably manage this with common sense, and I hope perhaps with some amendments to these rather draconian regulations.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Your time's up. Constance?
Constance, go ahead.
Yes. This is Constance Hess, and I wanted to address fences. A couple years ago, I applied to put in a new fence. I was basically told that it needed to be a wood fence. I just checked the city website for fences, and it still shows and recommends wood fences. Given the new information on the fire hazard severity zone map for Carmel, I would like to suggest that wooden fences not be required. There are a lot of dried out wood fences in Carmel that would go quickly up in flames and fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol?
Carol, go ahead.
Mute. Okay. I just wanted to mention that I think Mayor Byrne was correct when he said this could ruin Carmel if we get too carried away here. We might look like Phoenix eventually. I think that Linda Smith's letter to the council and the study that she referred to of the native species and how they are mostly non-flammable should be something we use as our Bible to determine what to plant. I think there's a lot of hysteria now over what happened in Southern California. We're a much more moist climate than they are. And I'm just thinking about wood fences, and you know, we have a 3-foot setback on the sides of our houses. I can't imagine replacing all of those wood fences that run along the side of our houses. It's just inconceivable to me that this would work at all. And the same thing with the crowns and the drip lines that Hans Buda referred to. It's just, this is not Carmel. I just don't see it working at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Anyone else before I close it?
No.
All right, we're going to bring it back. You have something to say, Chief?
Chief, in 30 seconds, can you just talk to us very, very briefly about the process that the state used to communicate with you about the new maps and what recourse the jurisdiction has to try to amend the maps? Just very briefly, please, sir.
Yeah, so obviously the state came out with the maps on March 10th, 2025 for the LRA area, local responsibility area. Basically, the option that they gave us was we have to go forward and adopt the maps. We can't make them less restrictive. We could either take the maps as they are or make them more restrictive. So that kind of is a synopsis of that. These maps were based upon CAL FIRE modeling data where they took into account topography, wind, fuels in the area, not what we've specifically done in our green belts to clean up those areas. They look at a 50-year average, and then they base an ember cast model on that, on what embers will do under fire conditions of where they might travel, and that's how they came up with the zones.
Is the model different than it was 5 years ago?
Yes. The modeling is a lot more specific now, using topography, fuels, terrain, the basic winds that you get in the area for fire growth, and how far ember brands could actually travel and cause ignition.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So that's a possible. So Chip and I had a conversation, which maybe now is not so secret, in his office about. I was really interested in how the maps were generated. Like we have this big white swath that goes through our community that doesn't make any sense. Like to my eye and to Chip's eye, if I could speak for Chip, like we sit in there and we look at this map and it doesn't make any sense that there's this big white section through the map. And what you're saying is that the state, like I actually asked Chip if maybe it was a programming error. And what you're saying is that the state uses all those things that we don't really have access to because we're a small town, and that maybe we should believe that map.
So yes, they're using modeling data over that time period. Like I said, modeling data that I don't even have access to come up with these zones.
So in Chip's office, like we're all like wondering like what to do.
Yeah.
Like obviously some people think we should do nothing, and some people think we should just chop down every tree. And we're trying to figure out like what the real circumstances are.
Yeah.
And when I asked Chip about that big white area, like I asked him like, should we poke at the state and try to figure out why there's a big white area in the map? And what you're saying is that based on like, wind data and ember data and all that stuff, that maybe there's some truth to that big white area that runs through that map.
Yeah, so they also do take into account moisture levels in areas. They look at a wide variety of different factors, and it's also on their website, and they talk about how they come to this modeling. There's a great video they have on CAL FIRE's website on the modeling itself and how they came.
Could you send that
these zones.
as an aside? Can you send that to Chip, and could you send that to us?
Be more than happy to. It's also on the Carmel's website. If you click on the link, it takes us to the Monterey Fire Department website, and clicking on that link will take you to that page also.
Yeah, maybe 1 week's my limit.
Absolutely can.
Okay.
Brian has a question.
Yeah, so Chief, I have a question for you. I'm looking at Chapter 49. It's entitled Requirements for Wildland Urban Interface Fire Areas, and it's got a note at the top which says, about this chapter, it says, in addition to the building construction requirements of the California Building Code and the California Residential Code, this chapter contains requirements for development and construction in the LRA, designated the very high hazard severity zone. So it goes on. So my question is this. My understanding of building codes is that they apply prospectively, that if you have a house that's been built consistent with the codes that were in effect at the time it was built, that if you were to remodel the house, for example, that the portion that gets remodeled would then have to comply with the current building codes. So in the case of trees, and someone who owns a home in Carmel, and they have trees that are within this 30-foot drip line, wherever that's measured from, if the city were to adopt this ordinance that included Chapter 49, is it your understanding that that would not require the removal of trees from the current trees that are located in the city? Same question with regards to fencing and other things that would be limited if you were building new, but does that apply to existing?
So the 7A standards for building construction applies to new construction in the very high fire hazard severity zones. As far as that 0 to 5 rule, that ember resistant rule, that will take effect in 3 years, technically. There's that 3-year grace period of everything that will take effect for the defensible space for those structures in the very high fire hazard severity zone. As far as Chapter 49 goes, as far as trees, and whether they're 0 to 10 or 0 to 5 feet outside 5 to that 30-foot mark, if it was new construction going in and they were actually planting trees, to my understanding, that's where it would take effect. You would have to space those trees appropriately. But for trees that are pre-existing, once again, that's a cultural resource that we cherish. We're looking at how do we manage that. It's kind of finding that line that you talked about, whether you're on one side or the other, finding that middle ground. And that middle ground for us is making sure those ladder fields don't spread up the tree to cause rapid ignition throughout the community. So limiting those trees up from the bottom so that we have the 6 feet clearance so that fire doesn't spread up into the crowns and spread from crown to crown and then house to house to house.
Okay, so trimming, if you have an existing tree and the limbing up, I think you're calling it trimming up of those limbs that are below 6 feet to prevent the fire from going up, that would be something that would be in effect when this ordinance is passed. But in terms of the tree, it's the balance of the tree, the trunk and the part that's higher than 6 feet, that would be allowed to remain?
Yeah, we are not telling people to cut trees down.
All right.
Yeah.
If there were 100-mile-an-hour winds, do you think all this would make a huge difference?
My personal belief, I've gone out and fought many wildfires before up and down the state, including Paradise, including Napa, and even down south into LA. When you're dealing with 100-mile-per-hour winds, really you need a change in the weather to get an upper hand on that. I mean, we saw pretty much down south in LA, lifeguard towers burning on the beach on the news. So when you do deal with that much embers already affecting an area and the wind blowing it at that magnitude, anything it hits, obviously if it's wood, it's going to ignite. And so that's why, CAL FIRE is making a push for the non-combustible materials. Once again, and there's a lot of different lookalikes out there where it looks like wood fencing and it's no longer wood fencing, it's non-combustible fencing to help prevent those embers from spreading.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
If I could, I have some clarification about fencing under 42.
I don't know that it's going to be that important for what we're going to recommend tonight. So no, it's okay. I think we understand that there's some gray areas here, and I'd like to bring it back to us for discussion so we can make a decision.
There's one more thing I had to say, Mayor, is that in terms of the ordinance, I'm not sure about that deadline. If July 8th means it needs to be it said adopted by that date, so that would be, in my parlance, a second reading, and then the ordinance would become effective if it's a regular ordinance 30 days after that. So is that sufficient based on your understanding if the city would have the second reading and adopt by July 8th?
That is correct. And that is the ordinance just for the map alone.
All right. So then, Mayor, and I understand that the rule about the urgency is that, well, I don't understand it, I know it, that on an urgency ordinance, it's effective immediately. So you have a little bit of latitude here in terms of timing. You could adopt, your choices are, you could adopt an urgency ordinance. Your direction tonight could be to come back with an urgency ordinance, to adopt it either at your June meeting or your July meeting, or if you're going to do a regular ordinance, you would need to introduce the regular ordinance in June and then adopt it in July.
Okay, thank you. This is obviously important, like as important of anything that we probably will ever discuss. It can change our city.
Is adopting the map an ordinance or a resolution?
I'm just saying that the details underneath of this are important, that we truly understand it. And we've had people from the public tell us tonight that they don't understand it. And I think it's important that we have all the information that we need and have time to look at it. And we do have a little time. But it seems to me that approving option 1 is a good thing to do. And I've heard some support from the dais tonight on that option 1. Do we have 3 votes to approve option 1, and then we have time to add on other things after we do more research? Do you think that's an appropriate thing to do given the discussion tonight, Anna?
Yes, I do. And then to answer Councilman Barron's question, it would be through ordinance because we would have to amend the municipal code.
All right, so if somebody has that.
Option 1 is to approve the fire hazard severity zone map.
Yeah, yes. Option 1, yeah, and applicable for new designated areas.
So I have some comments.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would be certainly in favor of option 1. I have some comments on option 3 too. Before I get to those comments, a couple of random comments. I know you and I, Chip, had a conversation about people canceling homeowners insurance. And earlier in the meeting, Alessandra spoke about a postcard survey. And I would really be interested in a postcard survey that went out to all the property owners in town, asking them what their experience with their homeowners insurance is. So we would have some data on exactly what's going on. You know, we all have anecdotal evidence, and I realize that people may not be inclined to send it back. But I think that would be a really valuable. Piece of information for us to know exactly how big the insurance problem we're having is. The other thing is, Alessandra also talked about inspectors going into people's yards, and what I would say is we have people that hire drones to take pictures of houses for real estate pamphlets. And I don't know why the fire department couldn't use drones to just fly down the back of people's yards and take pictures down into the yards, and at least that would be some evidence of what's going on people's roofs and what's going on in the back of people's yards. A couple of comments about this. Anna spoke about, we had a conversation based on my question earlier about what else would be required in an ordinance. And I think that, we have spoken about roofs and fences and gravel. And I think that I would be interested in, when we have this ordinance come back to us, I would be interested in a list of these sort of easy wins that we might adopt into an urgency ordinance, not necessarily to be a permanent solution, but I would really be interested, if the council is willing, to try to prevent people from doing things now, like people that are right in the queue or going to get in the queue to build a house. I would really be interested in not having any more wood roofs go on, like ASAP. If that's what we're going to do, then we should stop that tomorrow. So we don't have people coming to us 3 months or 6 months from now and telling us, well, I just installed this 30-year wood roof and now I feel like I'm kind of hosed. So I'm not suggesting that, wood roofs I heard, gravel I heard in terms of the permeability and the ground coverage and all that. And I would sort of leave it to staff to find those places where there's like sort of easy win, like contentious but sort of easy wins, and bring them to us and let us talk about them. And then maybe we can send you back for, if the council's willing, maybe send you back for another ordinance. Like I think we should really go after that. Chris Hardy, we talked about vegetation management in Pescadero Canyon. That was right after I was elected in 2018, and we have Mission Trail Nature Preserve, maybe, and Forest Hill Park. And I would be interested in knowing, kind of as a side, what the city is doing to manage those city properties to keep them free. You and I had a conversation about the risk of fire coming in from outside the city, and I think Mission Trail and Forest Hill Park also sort of fit in the same category. And we talked about, what do we need to do? What do we need to do to make sure that those things are good? One thing I would ask of staff, as we, the mayor talked about bringing us more information, in the next time we meet. So maybe that's when we see this urgency ordinance. And I would phrase that question. I would add to his, refine his list by saying, I would like to know what the interactions between all the things that we're going to do, between the interactions between the very high fire severity zone and all the other regulations we have in the city are. Like I don't, I'll talk about this in one second. Like I'm not as alarmed as Hans is about the trees, but I would like to see all those points where the things that we're going to do interact with the things that as other public commenters have said, like these are the things we cherish. Like what are those things that are in danger? And I say that because when Hans was reading off of section 4291, I think that was the section or whatever it was, and I'm kind of in favor, I would say I'm kind of in favor of adopting those requirements, for at first look. There are requirements that Hans read about the interaction between trees and houses and drip lines and all that. And the thing that I was sort of struck by was one, they talk about combustible houses and not houses. And there's a difference between combustible houses and houses. And I know that we talked about the look and feel of Carmel and all that, but I would be interested in, there are houses that sort of are in the look and feel of Carmel that are not combustible. And I would be interested in sort of exploring that. And then, we have this sort of, the way house development works here is someone scrapes a house and then they're left with a bunch of trees and then they plant a house around the trees, right? Because we don't let people root up their trees, and we fine them $40,000 if they accidentally root up their tree. But maybe it's time to, I can see a path where we allow people to take out a tree and plant a different tree, where we allow them to move a tree around the lot, so that we can have our tree and have our house at the same time. And maybe it's a new tree and not an old tree. And maybe it's a new tree and not an 85-year-old pine tree that's going to come down in 10 years anyway, that it doesn't really matter. Maybe it can be a different pine tree. I even see a future for pine trees in here, even given what Hans read. But I think it requires a difference in the way that we think about, and the way the architects think about how they build in this community, and they incorporate the trees into their plan. Rather than building their houses around the trees become a part of the thing that they build on their lot. And I think that it's easy to me to imagine a building process that takes 30 more days, but results in something that is really safe. It's really safe for their house and for the community, and has trees. I take Cooper at his word, and I believe Cooper that, Chief Cooper, sorry, that that's possible to do this. And I think that if we put our heads down, I think that if we as a council in our community put our heads down, we can keep almost all of what we have. It just requires a different way of planning what we have. And I don't think, I was pretty pretty distraught coming in here too, but you know, I think this can actually be done. So I'm on board with doing this. So those are my comments.
So thank you, Jeff. So I am very concerned about the risk of fire. I think the community is very concerned about the risk of fire. I guess I walked away from, you know, the presentations that we had a couple months ago feeling like, man, I still don't think we're prepared for the big one. Honestly, I really don't. And I think there's some things we need to do. I do think that we need to harden our homes. I do think that we need to look at thoughtfully, in sort of a nuanced way, with a scalpel, you know, not a sledgehammer. How can we modify our code to reduce risk? To Chris's point, like, what's going on with Pescadero Canyon, right? Because a forest fire is going to start in one of those places. It's going to start in Pescadero Canyon or Mission Trail Nature Preserve, right? Exactly. Like, so we need to really have a plan for that and be more proactive than I think we're being. You know, at the same time, I'm sort of reminded, like, there was a lieutenant in Vietnam who said it became necessary to destroy the village to save it. And I am concerned about that, you know, here. When I look at option 1 from the staff report, you know, it says adopt the fire hazard severity zone map by ordinance. And it says, a couple paragraphs down, this option would result in applying the enhanced construction methods, vegetation management, and defensible space requirements, Chapter 7A, and then Chapter 49, which is the chapter that I was, you know, reading from before. So I think even option 1 has a lot of serious implications. And so to cut to the last page, I think this needs analysis, and I think it needs multidisciplinary analysis. And I think that this needs a committee focused on this topic. I think it needs to be a solution that makes us safer, a comprehensive solution. I think it needs to be tailored to Carmel. I mean, I'm talking residents, architects, maybe a representative from the Forest and Beach Commission, maybe a representative from the Planning Commission. We're going to need, obviously, we just heard the city attorney to opine on some things. Like, we need a vehicle to explore this in a detailed way. And I just don't think, like, punting it back to staff is going to be sufficient. And I'm hesitant to take action without understanding, you know, the implications of some of these things. And I say that as somebody who's very concerned about fire. So, you know, I really think that we need some type of vehicle to do that kind of analysis.
What I heard tonight is that option 1 is the minimum that we can approve. Correct?
That is correct.
So I don't think it's mutually exclusive. We could approve option 1 and still do what you're recommending, and I agree with you that we should do that, and I think that's what we've been inferring to, that we need to do a lot of research. So, but I still think that we need to get things moving because we don't have a lot of time. Even if we do the urgency ordinance, we still don't have a lot of time. So I think we should do option 1, and it does cause things to happen, but we've been told that those things are going to happen whether we like it or not, correct?
Yes. Any change to the municipal code that does not have to do with the maps, that can occur after July 8th.
Yeah, and I do agree with Jeff that we could bundle in with that some short-term fixes that we've been discussing for months now. The gravel not being the same as a permeable ground cover, just like dirt. Yeah. And something to do with wood roofs, so we're not forcing people to do something that they can't do.
Right.
And I think your point, somebody made a point, I think it was you, Jeff, there might be some other things that you're getting hit with every day that also don't make sense. So I would say if we could give you direction to do those things, tell us what they are, and put some wording to it so that we could approve it, even if it's a short-term fix, and that that we get a resolution for option 1. I would be in favor of that. An ordinance. Ordinance for that. Yeah. Do I have any support for that idea? That motion?
Yeah.
All right. So
I haven't spoken yet. Just wanted to add a few comments.
that's the motion that I would like to make, and now you can comment.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, once again, we found ourselves in a situation where the state is forcing us into something with a very short time frame, and I don't want us to be pressured into rushing into things without thinking it through. I think what Hans is suggesting, we've got to really make this work for Carmel, and a lot of times if we rush into something, there's going to be unintended consequences without a doubt. So like you're saying, option 1 is we have to do something. So that's the minimum of what we can do. So I would support that. But I just want to touch on a couple of things. I think Fourth Amendment rights are really important, and I have a problem with the thought of allowing any kind of police officer or fire officer onto people's property. That's a violation of property rights and privacy. So I strongly would be against having something like that incorporated into this. And I just think that we need to really think about the long-term look of the village. Not only trees, construction material, all that, and think this through before we do any kind of an urgency ordinance.
So are you in favor of an ordinance for option 1?
Well, I'm okay with just passing the map as is for option 1.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
but I
good.
don't think we should go anything further than that.
Can I ask the city attorney a dumb question? Why does the state ask us to adopt the map?
I think maybe the chief can give a better answer than I can on that one. Why is the city being required to adopt this map?
So I believe the state was requiring the cities to adopt the maps based upon both the Assembly bill and Senate bills that were passed. And those were passed through all the houses, which then enacted the law saying that they have to be adopted by ordinance.
Okay. To answer questions, a comment that Jeff made also, insurance companies are using drones right now to determine the situation on your house, and they're dropping insurance based on what they see. And I've been doing a lot of research on that subject with a number of knowledgeable people, and I would be in favor, as Jeff, you inferred, of the city taking a more active role in investigating that. So it's complicated and changing quickly and a problem.
So, Mayor, if I could be heard, in response to Councilman Bruder's question, I heard the Chief make some reference to some Assembly bills. What I can do for you is when we return, I'm hearing, unless there are other council members have different views, that you're inclined to go with option 1. I guess you haven't voted on it yet, but if that's where you go, then I can return, work with staff, get an ordinance adopted, and also provide a detailed answer to the question of why. Why is the city being required to adopt this ordinance? What's the specific statute that those bills adopted? And do an analysis of the language of the statutes to make sure this is something that we need to do.
Okay, so I also heard that we have an interest in doing further investigation. Is there a council person that might want to head something like that up? Jeff, are you interested?
If the police station area is done.
Alessandra? Okay.
My suggestion, Mayor, is we'll add this to the priorities list that we'll review on the 21st.
Okay.
And we'll see how it, how it shakes out.
Okay. All right. All right. So,
what about, Dale, you spoke about, like I suggested that we bring back an urgency ordinance to talk about these immediate changes, like especially and I listed, but didn't necessarily suggest roofs, fences, and gravel. And I saw Dale nod his head, and maybe I saw Bob nod his head. I don't really know. I know Hans and Alessandra are kind of minus, but I would like to see it sort of come back, and I would like to see us have a discussion around these sort of easy wins to see. And maybe we'll get 4 votes, and maybe we won't. but I think it would be a valuable, I think that would be a valuable exercise.
I agree.
Gravel's an easy win. Wooden roofs is not an easy win. That's a 3-hour conversation. I would suggest we not have it.
So my suggestion, Mayor, when you made your motion, you included both option 1, and then you also talked about gravel and wood roofs. My suggestion, wood fences and whatever. So my suggestion to you is that the motion at this time be limited to just option 1 as it's written in the staff report, which is to adopt the map by ordinance. And that the direction is for the city attorney to work with staff and bring that back to you at your meeting in June. So if I can be so bold as to suggest that that's the motion.
And do you want to vote?
Yeah, why don't you do that? Direct staff to return with an associated modifications to the municipal code based on option number 1, Mayor, would be the motion.
Okay.
Why, if I may, like why would you be so bold as to say don't come back with the other urgency orders?
I was going to suggest that be a separate motion. Rather than to conflate the two, my advice is make the first motion very clear. It's set forth in the staff report, and then vote on it. And then if someone else has another motion to make, such as also return with an ordinance to include, potential other measures, like ones that have been discussed, do it separately.
So okay. I'll make a motion for option 1. You want to read it again?
Yes, sir. That you would direct me to return with the associated modifications to the municipal code based on option number 1, which is to adopt the 2025 fire hazard severity map.
I second that.
Roll call. Any discussion?
So yeah, I had just a point before we move into the voting on the motions. Like, I don't know. I know you went around and asked a couple people if they were interested in participating on something, but I really think that we need a group to look at this and I don't know, maybe, you can create a mayor's committee too. You could draft somebody from the planning commission. You could draft somebody from Forest and Beach.
Do you want to work with
we had that. So
Hans, can we meet?
Yeah.
And do that?
Sure.
I'm happy to work with you on that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
So a kind of a word of caution, like while you go and do this, like we did that with the climate change committee, and there's a whole bunch of laws that we have not talked about on this dais, and before you go creating a commission with a bunch of people from other commissions, you should have a conversation with him.
We will.
So
we'll just discuss the best approach, and we'll discuss it with Brian.
Yep.
But I agree. We need to do something, but we also need to do this right now.
Sure.
All right. Any other discussion? So before roll call?
So you made the motion and you seconded it?
No, he made the motion, I seconded
it. Okay. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Now we have another motion. Do you want to make that? Tell us what the motion is, Brian.
I'll do it.
You want to do it? Okay.
Yeah, so I would make a motion to direct staff to bring back another urgency ordinance to discuss some of the quick fix things we talked about at this meeting. The list might include changes to allowed roofing materials, changes to the way fences interact with houses, and changes to the way gravel is treated by the municipal code as permeable or unpermeable. Site coverage. And if there's something else that we have talked about today that we have missed, bring that back too. And maybe it'll fly, maybe it won't, but we'll see when it comes back.
But isn't that the point of the working group that's going to come together, is to find other items rather than just those particular ones? I don't really agree with that approach.
Okay, well, you can vote no. So, I don't know what to say. My intent is to try to find things that we can fix tomorrow, so we don't have a problem 3 or 4 months from now.
We're not voting on the urgency ordinance right now. We're just voting on giving that recommendation, and we could just give them the recommendation without voting. Are you okay with that?
You need a second.
Yeah.
No, but we don't necessarily need to vote on this. We're giving.
Well, there's a motion on the table.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to vote?
You need a second. You need a second.
You need a second.
I'll second it. If we need a vote, I'll second it.
All right.
Roll call.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
I think it would be best served by having a group study it and come back with with recommendations, as opposed to just coming back with some knee-jerk options. So I would say no.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
No.
Councilmember Dramoff?
No.
Okay.
Okay, motion fails.
All right,
3-2.
so take that as guidance. Come back with something to us. Not very good guidance, but it was. All right. It's going to happen sooner or later. All right. So with that,